All right, let's get this started. What is up? We are here with Ancient Relic mode. So I have not actually played this at all. I've not tinkered with it. I have completion with standard mode, and that's kind of where I've left things at. So this is all new to me. I have no idea what you do. I did see a screenshot the other day on Reddit talking about, I guess there are relics you go get and you fill in this little symbol. So we'll see what that is. That's about all I know. So this is a safe game mode, and I need to locate these ancient relics in this chaotic Melvor idle experience. Ancient relics can be located in all skills to gain unique permanent modifiers, 6 per skill. That's quite a bit. Maximum skill levels are capped at level 10. Defeat dungeons to increase maximum skill level for randomized skill. So I guess you pick between 2 or something when it offers it. Combat levels, except Prayer and Slayer, automatically increase when defeating a dungeon. Fishing and cooking are locked until completion of Pendant Darkness. That's going to suck. Dungeons also provide food crates upon completion as a reward. All preservation and doubling is disabled. Harsher penalties applied against you in combat. All right, let's do this. And I think we're going to call this one Ohio Jones. Or Smith. Yeah. Distant relative of Indiana Jones. Cheesy joke. All right, let's see here. We got food. We're going to equip that. Oh, let's see here. Everything can go to level 10. What do we do? We can do combat. We can do woodcutting. Generate a little bit of money. All right, ancient relics. So, ooh. Can actually switch between them. All the skills are here too. One thing we don't have is fishing and cooking. I feel like they've had that before. Did they always have that little locked icon? It's been so long since I've started a brand new character, I don't remember. Let's see here. All right, we don't care about fire making at the moment. Mining, don't care about. Thieving probably wouldn't be bad to start from. We can do everything up to level 10, which goes fairly quickly. Like we're already level 3 here. We do have wood, so drop that into that tab there. What's this stuff sell for? So we got to beat a dungeon, basically. We got to beat a dungeon to continue on. Chicken coop's always the one you start with, and it's always kind of a pain in the ass to go into. And let's see here. We could do a little bit of mining. We can get bronze gear. What can we get up to level 10? Nope, not that one. Nope. We can get up to iron daggers. So we can get a full bronze suit. We can't do gold, so we can't upgrade it, but we can at least get into that. So, I guess. What's up, Modern? Thanks. Starting a whole new series here. It's been a long time since I've actually started a series out for Melvor. I was kind of considering starting a new standard mode just to tinker with it. So, it's been so long since I've played. I like seeing the very beginning of the game is kind of different, especially since we've got Atlas of Discovery in here. I wonder if my time would be better spent. I'll get woodcutting up to 10. Just go get woodcutting to 10. See how that goes. I think I want to go into mining. Get mining up to 10. Yeah, we could get all these to level 10, really. Well, not all of them, but we need cash for this. Going to need 10,000 gold. I think I will go with the global gold to start with. Get that one for there. Astrology, we could start and go. You know what? Why did I not start here? Because that gives woodcutting bonuses right off the gate. But you have to get the sands, or I keep calling it sands, the stardust. You gotta get the stardust out of it. All right, so we've got a bird's nest. Throw that over there. Did they screw around with the cost of anything in here? It looks all about the same. So the mode is pretty much standard mode. It's just that you can only go up by 10 at a time. And nothing really looks different. Okay. Work on astrology for a little bit. Anybody play this yet? Anybody try the relic mode? I think it's been pretty popular. I think a lot of people have enjoyed it. I've seen comments about it, and it seems like a lot of people like this more than adventure mode. I wish they would do an overhaul of adventure mode because it really needs more like this. Yeah, this is going to be a cool series. I've been looking forward to a definite rework or different way of adventure mode. Adventure mode is cool up until you've unlocked all the skills, and then it's just regular mode times 10. So I don't know. I'm not real thrilled by that. But with this, this is a huge change. This is a drastic change. Yeah, I'm curious how this goes because some of these dungeons are kind of not, they're no joke. Like the chicken coop when you first get there is kind of tough. Undead graveyard, especially like when you fight these what are these? These hand things. The I always try to tackle these way too early and I get my ass kicked going into there. Yeah, adventure mode really needs a refresh. What it needs is something after you unlock all the skills. They need some form of progression in there, like this has got some fashion to where you have to do something to unlock dungeons or something. There needs to be something in there to where you do something to do more. Oh, we got some dust coming in. Drop that off in here. Can we upgrade? No, we can't upgrade anything. Need 10. And we're quickly coming up on level 10. So is this going to do anything at level 10? We'll open up another. So we could let this go for a little bit. The problem is I would like to spec into this, but I need enough of the stardust. Although we are getting stardust fairly quickly. Nope. Bank. Yeah, that stardust is coming along fairly quickly. I thought the golden stuff, they must have changed the drop rate because it used to be way slower, I thought. Felt like it anyway. Oh, 2%. Wasn't it like 1% or something like that? I feel like it was smaller. Maybe it wasn't. But we'll sit here and park on this until level 10, I guess. Try to level this up a little bit. The combat, I don't remember which. I think the combat ones start in here, maybe. I don't remember. It's been so long since I've looked at this. I want to say we start with like attack or something like that. And we'll see it when it gets there. Go back. No, they don't even get to see them until they come up. Okay, well. All right, let's see here. We need to look at smithing. No, mining first. You know what? We have all the skills available. So it's probably in my interest to start with magic. I usually start with melee because it's the easiest one to get going, but magic is going to be the combat triangle, going to be the advantage against all of the initial dungeons because they're all melee dungeons, or most of them are melee dungeons. So that might be the place to start. Do we have enough to upgrade now? Yeah. Yeah, it's been so long since I've looked at all this. Cartography probably doesn't have any benefits of starting. This might be a good one to just let run overnight. So, I wonder how this works. All right, let me think. What would I want to do overnight? So I want to get through in this session. I would like to get through at least the chicken coop, if not maybe the undead graveyard. I don't know how long this is all going to take. But if we can get through a couple dungeons, that lets some other skills level up beyond 10, I think. We'll be able to move some stuff up. So I would want something. Thieving might be a good one to let run overnight. Well, I got to have auto eat, though. Auto eat's a chunk of change to buy. Yeah, that's $1 million. That's going to be a minute. What I want to do is, if I'm thinking, just trying to think ahead of what I could let this thing do overnight, it would be nice to let it do something that's going to generate money. Woodcutting wouldn't be a bad option, although woodcutting is, we can't do fishing. Mining probably would be a good option just to get some stuff. What's up, Drazda? So agility might not be bad. Agility does make money, but you have to have money to you got to have the money to start that. It doesn't really make a ton of money either. Although astrology wouldn't be bad to let run overnight either. It doesn't make money, but you can get the stardust set up for whatever down the road. Yeah, the first thieving is pretty simple to get done. You just need the auto eat, which is $1 million. Although 100% success would definitely take care of that. But that's a lot of just sitting there and letting it go. So we'll see where that goes. I want to get into combat fairly soon. But I want to get some things built up in non-combat first. And now that I'm sitting here looking at this, I'm wondering if this is the way to start. Because, well, we can get to attack, I guess. Maybe I don't want to spend my Stardust just yet. Maybe I want to wait until we actually get attack unlocked and then spend it on the attack stuff. Well, I can't remember what comes in with attack. Because it comes with a combat and a non-combat, I think. And it might start, like this one starts off with just the regular woodcutting stuff at the front. Whatever the attack one is might not have much there to offer. We'll see. See what happens. So I think we're going to do essence mining because we can do, when can we do, well, we can just start off with the air magic stuff. This will go to, what do we get up to 10 here? We can actually get into some of this gear. Does the air acolyte, that's level 1, right? Yeah, that's level 1. And then we're going to get into the water stuff up to boots, which I can't even look at because it doesn't have it. All right, whatever. Attack and smithing. So it's going to be smithing first, and we might not be able to do anything. Okay. This might be a kind of a waste of time to start off with, but getting these to level 10 isn't that difficult. It's unfortunate that we don't have the fishing, because then you can't let it sit overnight. And yeah, I know the preserving and doubling is disabled. I'm more worried about the combat side of it, because with the attack skill, you're going to get plus attack skill, which gives you more accuracy and stuff like that. That's more what I'm thinking of here, or the skill XP bonuses, you know, the doubling and whatever. That sucks, but is that disabled throughout, or does that come back at some point? Is that just disabled for a certain part? I can't remember. I looked at it and I don't remember now. Does it tell you in here? Nah, it doesn't have anything about the mode, does it? We could go over to the wiki page. All preservation and doubling is disabled. Well, that takes care of that. So that is a no-go. All right, we're level 9. Maybe we'll get a little Stardust in here. Okay. You said smithing. What's it take to get summoning off the ground? Well, we got to find a mark first. So that's going to be combat or woodcutting. That's going to be a non-starter. Oh, okay. So the relics actually do something. See, I haven't even looked at what the relics do. I kind of wanted to go in blind. I didn't want to have any expectations of it or know anything. Yeah, we could do seeds. We could do farming. Yeah, you know what? Not a bad idea. Can I actually grow any of this? Carrot seeds. Nope. That's going to take a while. What do we start with here? Onions or potatoes, which I don't have anyway. Thieving takes a while to get that. We'll get that from fighting the farming area. What's this place called? Farmlands. That's it. This food from farming does suck though. It used to be really good. We used to live off carrots, but that all got nerfed. That got taken away. All right, we're about ready to level up. We do have enough to get something. So let's see what happens here in a few seconds. I don't remember if I finished my thought, but it kind of sucks we don't have fishing for the oh yeah, see accuracy and XP. Boom, right there. A little bit in there. And we can study, but we can't gain XP. Now the interesting thing is though, you can actually get mastery on this. So even though we can't get going into this, we can still generate the mastery. So we can still work on what do we get for mastery bonuses on here? I don't care about that. What do we care about masteries? Unlock another star. See, now this could be something to go overnight with. This might not be a bad option for overnight. Just let this thing run. It wouldn't level up, but it would unlock all these masteries, and you could get a lot of mastery stuff in here, and then start unlocking these. These are not. This is only dependent on the skill or the XP the level you have in the skill would, you can't go any further than this, and you're kind of wasting the XP, but you can build up the mastery on this and then level these up somewhat in here and get some attack. So that's not for an overnight thing, like just letting it sit and run overnight. That's not necessarily a bad option. So let's stop that for a second. I need to go into mining, and then I put this into attack, and I'm going to start with mining. Keep clicking the wrong thing. Then I'm going to start with magic anyway, so it doesn't matter. Ooh, we can also do, it takes 1,000, but we can get a crappy magic wand out of it. So there's single-handed weapon right off the bat, and we're going to have to get, what kind of magic spells do we get? Right out the gate, we're going to need mind and air. That's mind, I think. Which is probably further than level 10. That one, or is it dust? That's way down here, though. Maybe I can't start where I want to. No, it's at level 1, air and mind. Okay, yeah, good. So we're going to have to work on these two runes right here. Yeah, so back to this astrology thing. That is a tactic I've employed. Where did I do that at? It was either an adventure or maybe it was one of the speed runs we did. So I just let it run, even though it wasn't leveling anything up. But you can actually get, I think I might have done that for agility too, because agility kind of works the same way. Not necessarily for leveling, but the mastery on this, when you have those red negatives on here, you can actually half the negative. So I would let it run and just do that so it didn't hit as hard. I've done that a few times too. The cool thing is, what do we gain from, we don't gain anything from mining. We're not going to get iron until level 15. So there's nothing at level 10 to worry about. The only thing we're going to get is chance of obtaining additional ore. So drop that in there as well. Let's just, oh, I don't want to lock everything. I have $0.00 and only 12 bank spaces. I need to be careful with that. The other thing too, oh, hit points is capped at 10. Does hit points go up? I presume that goes up as it does not say on here. Maximum skill levels are capped, initially capped at 10. I'm going to guess that goes up once you get to past the dungeon. We need 1,000 to upgrade that, so we're going to have to let this go for a little while. All combat stats? Be curious to see how that works. Oh. Does it go up by like 1 level or does it go up by 10? What are we going to do for summoning here? What do we gain at level 10? The occultist. So another consider. Ooh, mining. Mining level 5. I need money. I need money and I need. Man, so many things to do at once. So many things to do all at once. This is the downside of starting. There's 50 different directions I want to go, but I have to wait. That refreshed really quickly. I don't think I've ever actually sat and watched essence mining go by. I just click it and turn it off and walk away. Like if I was starting this without, if it wasn't on stream, I would have just started this and let it go for a while, checked it 5 or 10 minutes later and came back. And we can't double anything. We can't get extras. So this is straight up hard climb. Yeah, we already looked at that. What do we gain from thieving here? This is all thieving stuff. I don't think he gives us anything, and I don't think she gives anything. I think it's further in. All right, what do we got for... Kind of getting itchy to start crafting stuff and getting into combat. Either way, you're doing two things. That's kind of interesting because if you mine, you have to mine copper and tin to smith up bronze, or you have to mine up rune essence and then create air and mind runes to keep going in. Yeah, woman gives you the purse, which is probably good. What I was thinking of is the where's that at? These things, the gloves that come from the thief. I was thinking of those gloves of silence. I was trying to remember if that came from thieving, but it doesn't. And actually, maybe we do want to do some melee at start too, because we can let that thing farm up some potatoes. Need healing. Gonna need healing. This is slow. Hey, I got, what do we got? Mining lesser relic. So this thing doesn't equip? It's not like the, this is just a consumable then. Okay, throw it on. Why not? At least we've got something on, not totally naked. Speed up the interval. 10% melee max. Oh, 10% melee max hit. 100% chance to receive gems from mining. You know what? Let's do some of this for a second. I think I'll burn this out on the copper and tin real quick. That way we can get some gems. Gems are money. Gems could be making some good money. Let's lock everything. I thought I did lock all that. Thought anyway. And we could swap over to that while that's recharging. Unfortunately, you can't see. Wish you could see this thing counting down. I don't think you can see that from here. Yeah, I'm wondering how much money the gems will make. 10,000 on this tab so far. You know what? Let's ditch these trees. Don't care about the logs for now. And I'll just go ahead and unlock these gems. I don't need these for a minute, so we'll go ahead and sell that. That's a little bit of money. What did I want for 10 grand? What was I trying to buy? I don't remember. Nope, gotta switch over to this. Really? The relic is the same as the gem gloves? 100% chance to receive gems. I thought the gem gloves were, oh, yeah, it's just worded differently, I guess. Collect a random standard gem for each mining action when equipped. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much the same. All right, we gotta switch back over to that. What was I looking at buying for 10,000? Totally don't even remember. We do need to keep an eye out for the axe, the fishing rod, and the pickaxe. That'll make that stuff go by a little quicker. Can't forget that. What other upgrades can we do? Go back over to that for a little bit. I think usually if you split back and forth between these two, you get kind of the same amount of material. Did I not move? Oh, I didn't. Got some diamonds too. That'll make a little bit of money. Yeah, I see what you mean by the gem gloves versus the relic. I'm curious if you put the gem gloves on and the relic, does that like double? I guess it would. You'd be getting random one, random of the other, maybe. I don't know. Curious about that. All right, that's out. Go over to here. We are almost level 10. I think there might be enough to smith up. We're pretty equal on this. Mining level 10. I'll wait until these two hit the same number. And come on. Oh, it must have timed out. All right, go there. Yeah, it's unfortunate if they don't stack. Be kind of cool if they did. All right, we can get rid of some of this stuff here. Move that over and lock it. Although I don't know why I keep locking these things. You know, these carrots I could probably get rid of too. I want a food tab. I think I'll put that there. It'll just be a reminder. Can you Can I put that there and then sell? Wrong button. If I sell that, it does stay. All right, cool. So we'll set this to that. That way it always shows up in case I sell that. That way I got my tab so I can see. And we could smith this stuff together. God, this didn't go very far at all, did it? Man, that didn't go anywhere. Yeah, this is just started. We're 28 minutes into this here. Bronze, we could do bronze dagger. I'll do some bronze arrow tips. Could start with ranged too. Although I don't want to start with ranged. I just want to get, basically I want to get this stuff created so I can drop those in there. I can drop these in here and this in here. Is that how I want to do that? Then I can come up here, set this to that tab. That way I know that all my throwing stuff is going to go there. And then if I go set this one here, the combat stuff will go there. We can equip that. Oh, you know what? They don't start you with anything. I think in regular mode, don't they start you with like a dagger or something? You don't even get anything. You get 0. Oh, we can do gloves. Let's get a set of gloves out here. And we can do a sword. That's cool. Which one gives more XP? This. Let that go for a second. But it's also going to use this up faster. All right, so we've got glove and sword. This is still level 1, so we can toss that on. That's still level 1, although it doesn't really do much of anything. Get rid of that crap. I can move this over. I'm not going to get caught in that trap. I'm going to save daggers. Daggers work with summoning, so I want to keep on to those. I do want to get rid of these arrow tips. Can we buy 10 bank slots? Costs a little bit more than I necessarily want to spend, but let's set that back to 1. Let's do a little bit of farming. Kill off some plants. So this should quickly go. And the other thing too is you can let this sit, although you can't go past level 10 though. I don't have auto loot. I should probably go get a mod for that. But I'll play it the right way. Let's see, put that in the food tab. And we just let this percolate for a second. The cool thing is I think you can out heal and outdo the plants fairly quickly. Level, well, maybe past level 10. I'm not sure. I know if you're playing standard mode, of course, your hit points would be going up and everything else as well, but your auto heal will actually outpace the damage these things can do. If you're playing on hardcore, you just die because your auto eat can't outpace it. So we'll get, I guess we'll do attack, strength, and defense up to level 10. It's not raising up hit points. If we can get into, well, we got to have level 3 for that, but I was going to say if we could get into killing these guys, they drop the slingshot. Slayer task, not a bad idea. Cows are a little bit ambitious at this point. Yeah, because we got to get that Slayer grind going fairly soon too. I should get the mod that lets you re-roll those. This is much easier. Or that's much easier to put on. And all this low-level stuff. Thought I had a mod for that. I guess that was one of those, what was that? One of those semi mods. Those are pretty cool. I should put some of those back on. I went down to just back to quality of life when we did the Atlas of Discovery. I didn't feel like messing around with the... Well, there's a lot of stuff in here. A lot of things that aren't plants. I always forget how much is in here until I have to go find one. This is going to be kind of crazy because you can't really do a whole lot. I think I go like level 30 or 40 before I try the chicken coop. So I don't know, man. We get stuck at all the skills are stuck at level 10 until you beat the chicken coop. And that's kind of all I know. And then you can pick like 2 skills to go beyond 10 or something like that. And then you got to go beat another dungeon. So it's something along those lines. I don't know. I'm finding out for the first time. I have not tried this and I have no idea what I'm getting into. I do like this mode. I love the concept of it. I wish they would do more modes like this. This is really cool. It'd be kind of nice if they went through and incorporated maybe some of the speed run modes we get too. Like if they offered those as standard options that you can start a new character into. I know we can do it with modding and stuff like that, but um, yeah, farming potatoes for the win. Everything but a damn plant. Yeah, there's a lot of strategery in going through this game mode. It is not. It is not. I don't want to say easy, but it's not your standard. Well, they did something like this with some of the other speed runs, and like figuring out how to move all your puzzle pieces around was like the more fun than actually playing it. Trying to determine what your next step was and what you were going to level. Uh, I would like I was saying earlier, I would probably just turn it on here and just let it go on some of these for a while and level all these up to 10. That way everything was at 10 and then when I advanced, I would be able to advance whatever moved up to 20 and stuff like that and just kind of move up. Yeah, this Slayer task stuff sucks. I should go find the auto roller. What are we at here? Level 4? Yeah, this takes a little bit. Normally, when I start this, I just turn on my phone, walk away, go do something else, let it chug in the background. And it's kind of funny how far you can get on plants, too, how far you can level up. You can get to like level 40 or 50 in a few hours, just sitting there letting it chug on plants as far as like attack and stuff goes if you got the materials for it. 25. Oh, chickens. Everything but plants. How many times have we seen? Oh, there we go. And I can't even extend the task because I don't have any. All right. Well, this will level up fairly quickly, I think. No, because it's per kill, so you get 4 XP. That's going to take 20, 25 of these things to level up. My math is terrible. Something like that. And we don't have enough to actually go fight anything else. Although, if we could get magic going, we could do something else. And you don't get much Slayer coin either. So can't even extend it for a while. Although, cartography might not be the bad way to go for an overnight skill. The more I think about it, that gym slot for combat would be kind of nice. Would have to, I don't remember what comes up in archaeology. Yeah, I don't remember what comes up in like the first dig site. But if I was to let this run overnight and start finding some of these areas, yeah, I know. I'm gonna do attack, strength, and defense up to level 10. Overnight, though, it might not be a bad idea to let this run and go through this. Oh, 100% complete. Like, do you mean um, full completion, or do you mean just getting through the final boss in the end game or whatever? I'm I don't know about full completion, like getting all the skill capes and everything, but I was basically planning on going through the full dungeon. Yeah, we got the Golden Thief. I was gonna go through this last area down there. Grab that. I feel like I should have more stuff to loot. Okay, I don't want to move that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things work. The cool thing is, for all of your masteries and everything, like there's all the different rings you can get, and there's a ton of different stuff you can do to do mastery a lot faster. And I've got a few little tricks of my own that I use, like crafting leather gloves and stuff for mastery. Because once these are at 99, it's the same mastery as all the rest of them. So the hardwood armor and stuff becomes a lot easier. Crafting sucks. Cartography does go for a while, though. Like, I had the... I don't know if you can box yourself out in that. Like, I had the map unlocked before I even got to 944 hexes, so... I don't know how that would work. I mean, I had 120 in the skill long before I got to the end of it. And that was with all the, well, that was also with all the rings and Cape of Completion and all that too. But I was thinking not necessarily unlocking the full map, but unlocking a chunk of the map to get some of these dig areas. Like I need to, I don't remember what that first archaeology area is. If I could spell it, I could find it. A before E. So the old village. This is like right here somewhere. Actually, it's that right there. Oh yeah, map making. Forgot about that. Totally forget. I wish they would make this like this. I hate that they have this in this side here. I wish they had the map making like a drop down over here or something, like how you can hide this down here. Yeah, I'm not covering it. Like you can hide this button. I wish they had the map making stuff like up in the corner and you could just drop it down, or have an option to start at the map making screen and not start in the cartography thing. Because if you have to load the map like on mobile and stuff, it's so slow. I wish you could just go to the dig site stuff one side and then go to the other side. You know what I mean? I think that would be a lot better. But if we got into that dig site, what drops out of this? Basic barrier gems. But that means we'd have to go into barrier combat. So, yeah, that may not be the move I'm thinking it is. Barrier gems just do barrier damage, and I won't be getting into barrier stuff for a while. That's all right. That's getting a little bit far down the road. A lot further down the road than I was thinking. Are we at level 10 yet? Nope. I guess all the combat gems, the good combat gems, come from later. I was thinking more of the stuff that doesn't affect barriers, like that give you accuracy and things like that. Um, those would be pretty cool for this, at least. Yeah, you know, um, so if I'm doing combat, uh, Valters is asking about whether you do mobile versus PC experience or whatever, browser, Steam client, whatever you're using. I like to do combat on PC because I like to sit here and watch the thing tick by. If I try to play off my phone, the phone's so small, I don't have a tablet. So I either have phone or laptop or desktop. And I don't like combat on mobile. I don't want to, because on mobile you have so many different windows to select between. Like you can't see, I don't know how tablet is. Tablet might be different, but you can't see, say, your combat statistics, this equipment stats. You have to click on a separate button. Like you have to click on a separate button for this here. What is it? There's maybe it's not that. There's something you don't get to see. You definitely have to scroll up and down to see what monster you're fighting. You have to change a button to see what Slayer task you're on. Like it's just it's a different experience on mobile, and we haven't died yet. It is a very different experience on mobile. Mobile is great to just pop in, check on something, and then non-combat skills or combat that I'm not or combat that I'm comfortable with. I have no issues with on mobile. But like a dungeon, if I'm going to run a dungeon or something like that, unless I'm comfortable with the gearing and I know it's cool to send it, go ahead, then I'm fine. But the phone is more for non-combat skills for me. I'm not good with the buttons and the touch screen and stuff. As far as combat goes, trying to keep, eating and try to run and everything fast. I'm not a fan of it. I haven't tried it, quite honestly. I have no idea how mobile is for combat. I thought about it, but eh. Yeah, they did change it. From what I remember, they did make a change on here where you can hold this button down on mobile. It used to only be on PC, I think, and then at some point they added it where you could hold it down on mobile too. There were people doing like Into the Mist and stuff like that on mobile, and I'm like, dude, there is no way I would attempt that. Some of those watching some of that stuff, uh, I just the bar goes by too quickly. And the other problem is with the speedrun modes where the interval just zips by at what 0.25 seconds or whatever. That was crazy to try to do all that on mobile. But you could do it, you can just throw it on your phone and do non-combat stuff there. But man, the combat that was split second timing, and you had to be quick on run. Had to basically hover over the run button waiting to go. That was interesting too. It's wild. They haven't really done a speedrun mode in a long time. We got that birthday mode, which I wished I'd have spent a little bit more time on, but they haven't done a whole lot of those speedruns. I'm kind of wondering what they did them for a while. I guess because we've got all the modes and we've got modding and everything now, they probably don't need to worry about it as much. All right, where are we at? We're cruising along here. What do we got? 5,000 in the bank. What was I gonna buy? There was something I was gonna buy for 10,000. What the hell was that? Can actually upgrade the pickaxe. Go ahead and do that. Was it bank slots? Maybe that's what it was. Ooh, township. Can't forget township. Can we start township? Oh, I don't even remember the good one to start with. Let's see. Oh, right. Agility. Yeah. Yeah, good call. So now we got global gold, 3% extra gold, which isn't really saying much, but I got that thing. Does this thing still show alerts? Like, all right, what do I have to change? Birthday item drops, offline combat. A tablet's not bad. I imagine tablet has more of a screen and you can see more things on it. The problem I had with the phone is so small. You see like your character or you see the enemy. You don't see both at the same time. You could have the little bar down at the bottom here, but I wasn't a fan of it. Toggle importance, error messages. Wasn't there was something that made that stay? Um, eh. I do want to show sale confirmations. Purchase, probably yes. Item notifications. What was the one that made that thing stick around, though? Yeah, whatever. Guess it doesn't matter. I do like that you can change the background. I thought that was a pretty cool addition. And I don't remember what else I changed. Looks like it might be normal. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Still not level 10 combat or level 10 attack. Right. But see, on your phone, yeah, you have to switch between a lot of different things. It's even worse on your phone. Tablet's not bad. Timer set to 2 seconds. You mean the interval timer? The combat timer? Oh. No, it wasn't that one. There was a there was the oh the oh, I know what I'm looking for now. I think. Maybe I don't. Now that's for this here should be for these little tags that pop up. There was one that stuck. Um the summoning thing that's stuck on there. Summoning mark found. I guess they yeah. I want it to come up, but I don't want it to stay up. I don't want to have to toggle it off. Although it reminded me it was there. Ooh, I'm about dead. That's not good. How did I almost die? Gotta pay attention. If you haven't played this in a long time, yeah, they have changed a lot about this game. There has been a lot of improvements. There's been a lot of quality of life. There's been a lot of things added. We've got 2 expansions now. We've got Township, which I started to look at. Totally get sidetracked here. I don't know that any of these matter, do they? Got to kill the town and 50 million bucks to do it. Wonder if they've changed that. Do you still kill off your town when you reselect your deity? Yeah, there's a ton of things that they have changed and added to this game. If you're just now seeing a lot of this, um, yeah. Oh yeah, you played well before astrology. You probably played before they did the thieving rework, because they totally reworked how thieving worked. They've added astrology. If they did add summoning at some point, agility got added at some point. That wasn't part of the original part. They added township and then reworked it. So there's been a ton of change throughout here. Cartography and archaeology got added. Astrology got added. Summoning, agility, depending on where you stepped onto all that. Thieving got reworked. Thieving only used to go down to, what did we have? It kind of went down to the night, I think, and then it stopped. And then they've added all this other stuff. In fact, yeah, thieving used to suck because you had to grind from 88 or whatever it was at the night all the way up to 99. Yeah, they've added a ton of content. And there's a lot of things in thieving uh, that there's a lot of things in thieving that help out throughout the game. So spells, they've added well, we had ancient magics at the beginning. They added the archaic magics, and then we had curses and auroras. We had all that. But then we've unholy curses. They've added that. I still haven't even tinkered with those. I have no idea what those even do. Not even messed with it. It was on my to-do list, and um, I just haven't got there yet. But yeah, what's crazy is how much this game has changed. I think I started playing in 2020 or something like that. I think that's when I started. And this game it's been on 3 years, I guess, because it was in November. Like I think I started playing after Thanksgiving, And the amount of stuff that they've added into this game and the amount of support they've put on it has been incredible. Really good. And the game isn't very expensive either, you know, for for as much time as you sink into it and play it. RuneScape counts. RuneScape does count because a lot of the things in RuneScape, I mean, this game was inspired by RuneScape, so a lot of the stuff that you do transfers over. The combat triangle, at least, if you're playing old school. Yeah, I remember those early days. We had zero in game. Into the Mist was your in game. That was the end of everything, was Into the Mist. And there was nothing beyond that. We had all the combat skills. They haven't added anything in combat, but you had woodcutting, fishing, fire making, cooking, mining, smithing, thieving, fletching, crafting, rune crafting, herb lore. That's it. That's all you had. It didn't You didn't have agility, summoning, or astrology, or cartography or archaeology. Adult magic, but there was so many skills missing. You didn't have township. Um, yeah, I laughingly refer to this as the spreadsheet version of RuneScape. It's basically an Excel. It's kind of funny. The thing doesn't do anything. There's no sound to it. There's no audio, no real graphics or anything. It's like just this scrolling across the screen. But there's so much strategy to this, and I had no idea what an idle game was when I started playing this. I looked at it. I'm like, this looks cool. I loved the look of it, the way the interface looked real intriguing to me, and I sat on it for a little bit. I kept reading reviews about it, and just I don't know. It probably took me a week or so to buy it, and I think it was after one of the big Steam sales. This wasn't on sale. I think it was right after this came out. I was looking at it and I was thinking about it, and I kept looking at it. I'm like, I don't know what an idle game is, and then started looking at idle games, and I'm like, there's just huge spectrum of them. And you got Cookie Clicker, which is completely different than this. And most idle games are kind of just number go up game, and there's like no real loss to it. Like you can't lose the game at any point. This game you can absolutely lose if you're. I mean, like you can die in standard and all that, but if you're playing hardcore, you can actually you lose your character. I've done that. That is not pleasant. Mistakes were made. And yeah, the interface on this is very well done. These guys, I feel like they're slipping a little bit lately. Like it seems like they have to walk a lot of things back. When they first started releasing stuff, they never walked things back. Like Township released in kind of a weird state, and they had to rewalk or redo some things. And what was the other one we just had that was kind of funky? Well, maybe Township again, because I know we did one rework. I feel like there was a couple of things. I don't remember what the last one was, but there was a couple things that they've had to redo. And when they first started bringing skills out, when that skill hit, it was solid. Like thieving kind of sucked at first, but then they reworked it and made it way better. And then crafting was the next crappy one because it like had no use, but then they redid crafting and made it so much better. Um, Hardcore's brutal. the I love hardcore, and I don't normally play hardcore in other games. I don't care. I usually don't care about hardcore at all, but in this game, it is a challenge and it's kind of fun to play. That's how I started back in the day. Also, was the I think it was on the web client. Um, the the free client you could do the trial. No, did I try the trial? I think I did. I think I did the trial. It's been so long, I don't remember. Maybe I just bought the Steam client. I don't know. In fact, I think it was so long ago. You used to have to buy the mobile client and the Steam client separately, and then they got it where you could get them both after a while. Buying one gets the other, or something like that. I think I bought both. Yeah, fire making sucked too. It's kind of funny how they've taken some of these skills that just sucked ass. I hated crafting when we started because crafting was garbage. You had leather armor, dragon hide, rings, and necklaces. That was it. And everything in here was expensive and hard to get. So trying to craft all that stuff up, and it was kind of useless. Like you never used any of the rings or necklaces that were in here because you once you got the Fury of the Elemental Zodiacs, all this stuff was pointless. And the rings, you started getting better rings from dungeons and stuff at some point. All this stuff was useless again, or the diamond ring was kind of the one you used. Um, yeah, it's been a journey. Crafting got redone very well. They've added on a lot of nice stuff to fletching. I still need to do this unholy stuff. Well, the 120 skill capes are that way for a reason. You have to have. I mean, you got to up it somehow. Um, I'm gonna kill that. I think I had my stream going on my second monitor there just to make sure it was working right. I think it was lagging way behind. What's up, Steve? Hey, no problem. I love this game. This is kind of an interesting game. I I wanted to start making content on it because it was kind of easy content to do, and it was a game that was going to last for a long time. Like a lot of games you play for 10 hours or 20 hours or something, and you're done with it, and you move on to the next one. And I was trying to find something I could just stick with to try to keep consistent with the YouTube stuff, and this one just kind of took off for me. So, my big regret, the only thing that has really hurt, like I've come back and missed Signet halves and stuff like that. I've had some issues here and there. We've all done that. The big problem that I had was the first time that I fought it's the Infernal Stronghold. The first time I did that with my first hardcore character, my second hardcore character is at full completion now. My first hardcore character died a horribly fiery death in the Infernal Stronghold. That was that I will never forget. So we got I got up to the Infernal Stronghold and then I went to bed. I thought I'll deal with this later. Something along those lines. I remember waking up the next day at like 6 in the morning, and we had just gotten a patch, and I go charging in there, and I thought I have everything I need to defeat this. I have all the damage reduction. Everything's cool. I get in there, dead. Like what the hell just happened? So there's a series out there that ended with that guy getting killed, and I had no idea. I fired up. I'm like, dude, I just died. I have no idea what happened. In that patch, they added the 30% when you're asleep or when you're stunned. And that dragon stuns you. And I got stunned and I had all the damage reduction for the day before. I did not have all the damage reduction for the next day. So when the next day kicked around, I was 30% short or 25% short or something like that. I got hosed on that one and pop, I was dead and gone. And that was that. Um, yeah, that was that was a bad day. I remember that day very clearly because I was like, what the hell just happened? I had no clue. And I didn't understand. I either missed it in the patch notes or didn't pay attention to it or something. I just totally there I was, dead, gone. That takes care of that. Yeah, don't do dungeons a day after the patch. And that was when there was a website that used to be called, was it Can I Idle This or something like that? There used to be a website that you could go to and plug your character in, and they hadn't updated. I mean, it was like a few hours after the patch came out, so they hadn't had a chance to update the website. And I looked at it and I'm like, I'm cool. I just charged in there and died. I was like, oh, this sucks. That was not good. That was not good at all. But I've always tried to keep enough bank space. I think I've lost a signet ring here and there. Hell, I've missed so many signet ring halves here and there. I didn't know what it was at first. I didn't know you were supposed to wear that gold ring for a long time. And so I probably missed a lot of things early on. I've tried to play cautiously. And that's the one thing I like about hardcore is that you get one chance and that's it. But it also makes me play a lot more cautious. Like when I'm playing standard or adventure mode, I'm like, YOLO, and I just go try it and see what happens. And if I don't run in time, whatever, I don't really lose anything except if I lose something that I don't want to. But yeah, I've got a couple of videos about useful mods. Signet ring is something everybody gets lost. I see that I don't read Reddit all that much, but I'll scroll through there every once in a while and I'll see somebody comes up, rip, and they lost whatever. If you want to know what mods that I'm running, I mean, I can just show you the mods right now. There is a video if you want to watch that, and I don't know that I have anything different. I've changed them here and there. Yeah, losing the signet ring sucks. Or dying if you have something on that the Fury of the Elemental Zodiacs, you don't want to die and lose that. So semi-core, we'll run through these mods real quick. The semi-core, whoever codes this up, this is like the main module for all of the semi-mods. So if you use the semi-mods, I use the auto farm and the auto open. I like these because auto farm just goes ahead and plants everything for you. So farming is something that annoys the hell out of me because if I'm in a dungeon and I'm fighting something and this thing starts blinking and I got to hold the food button down while I'm in combat, I hate seeing that blinking. It drives me nuts. So that auto farm mod is what puts all this stuff up top, and you can actually tell it to just like replant, and whatever you have your plant set to, whatever you set this seed to, it'll just replant it for you. So I like that. Oh, the lemon stuff. If you go into your bank, what is it, 8? If you type in 8, you get an 8 ball. Like, does nothing, but you get an item. It counts, it doesn't count towards completion, but I don't know. It's just kind of a stupid thing. So, the semi-mods, there's a whole bunch of other semi-mods. There's a bunch of them for, like, mining that will automatically switch you on the mining to the next node that you need to do. People like the drop chance ones. There's like almost one for every skill. There's a ton of them. They're really good. Those are more, there's some quality of life one. They're more intrusive than the straight up quality of life. I like playing with more quality of life mods than I do mods that are gonna impact my game in some fashion, like the auto farming and the auto open. Auto open automatically opens all the chests you get, and you can actually go into this thing. It's under the mod settings. You can go to auto open here, and you can just tell it what chests you want to open. Now, if you're trying to do a living bank, which is having every item in the game, there's an option to leave one behind. I think that's in, what is that, in the semi-core, all but one. So it just leaves something in your bank if you're trying to do that. But auto open is nice, and I had to disable that when we got the Atlas of Discovery expansion because I didn't want it opening all the chests for me. I wanted to actually look at the chest and view the contents and see what it was. But you can toggle these. If you don't ever want to see that chest again, a good one for that is the township stuff, because then you got to open a township thing, let it scroll down, click OK. No, you don't have to deal with all that. You throw this semi-auto open on here, toggle all those boxes, boom, they're in your inventory. All the contents of it just spill out. If you want these other chests for some reason, like turning in for township tasks or something, you just don't toggle them. Yeah, we need to get township started at some point. That's the semi ones, and you have to have this core one. I think it tells you need that, or I don't think it makes it a dependency, but it tells you need it. This item uses one, this is very cool. I like this one a lot. So if you come up into your, why am I high? Oh, because I got that 8. Pet dungeon indicator, yeah. So the item uses one, you click on this and it shows you down here in this side. Yeah, I'm not covering it. It'll actually tell you what the item's for. So if you don't know what bronze bars do, and the reason I got this one was for these township tasks, because if you click on it, it says a casual task uses 10. So then and it'll actually cross through it once you've completed that task, so you know whether you finished it or not. And if you're playing on hardcore with limited bank space or something like that, or you just don't have the room and you're trying to find stuff to get rid of, you can use this thing to see what you don't need anymore and just toss it out the window. So I really like that one. Um, oh yeah, got to pay attention. Yeah, this thing's fine. It's cruising along. I wonder why all of a sudden it like ramps up in damage, or maybe I'm just not paying attention. We're close to leveling up though. Probably not paying attention enough. Ease of access. I'm not sure. I haven't used that one yet. Is that one? Is that for the like getting to the wiki page quicker or something? I'm not sure. Uh, that was item uses. Quick shards. Quick shards is awesome. So in the old days, you used to have to break out pad and pencil or calculator and stuff and try to calculate what shards you had to do for summoning. With quick shards, you just tell it, I want, it's not bad on like the one or whatever. All the uses. Okay. Yeah, anything that shows you what all the items are used for is very handy. This is the one that I use. I like it, but there are other ones too. I hear a lot of people talking about ETA. I don't really use it. I kind of just judge something in my head and think, well, I've got plenty of this. I take windage. It looks like I got enough. Hopefully I won't run out overnight. I think that's the ETA one. I don't know. I just don't mess with it. But quick shards, if you do summoning, especially when you have the 2 shards or 3 shards combinations, this puts a little thing on there. I don't think I can show it at the moment because I don't have anything to create. Oh, I guess I can't. Well, yeah, it shows it, but I don't have this. Oh, I got to click on it. Yeah, there it shows. So it adds this quick buy, and you can tell it, I want to buy like 1,000. And then it prices it for you. So it's going to tell me I need to have 1.2 million and I'm going to get 6,000. But once you have the second and third shard on here, this quick shards is awesome because because these are different. The different ones, this one might be 6, the next one might be like 9 or 11 or something like that. So then it actually calculates what you need for all 3 of them and just buys all 3 of them at once. And you can have it to where it tops off. So like one of the things that I'll do, now, sometimes you have more shards than others. I'll sit down and look at it and I'll be like, all right, I want to have, say, 12,000 shards. So I'll tell it to buy 12,000. It will, if I have more than enough of one of the other shards, it doesn't buy more of that shard. So it only buys the shards you're lacking. So if you have plenty of one, but not the other 2, it'll fill in all that. I don't know. I really like that. That one was a huge quality of life improvement right there for quick shards. Handy dandy notebook. I love handy dandy notebook. This is another good one here. In fact, I need to go get my notes. Maybe I will do that right now. So the cool thing with the handy dandy notebook, actually I can show that one here. So summoning, we'll show that one real quick. So if you go into like the tablets, if you go down to this triple one down here, so it's going to say that I have more than enough of these shards. I don't have to buy anything. I can click this box that says ignore, and it'll just tell me it's going to cost 10 million to buy 2,000 of each. What this 2,000 is how many it takes to make one item. So in this case, one devil tablet costs 7, 5, and 3. So it's going to buy 7 times 2, which is 14, 5 times 2, which is 10, and 3 times 2, which is 6. So it's going to buy that quantity. If I uncheck, so that would just add an additional stack of summoning tablet, or what are these things called? Shards. It would add a stack of shards to the ones I already have. But because I already have plenty, it doesn't need to buy anything. I don't think I'm short on any with this account, so it's probably not going to show it. But this is cool. So if one of these was a different number, like if I said I want 10,000, now it's starting to show that these 2 are deficient, whereas these have plenty. So it's not going to buy any of those, but it'll buy these two. So that one was huge. In the in the olden days when we first started, you had to sit down and think, "Oh, I want to run so many of these and I need so many of that." And you had to I made a little spreadsheet. Yeah, this should definitely be in the game. Uh I had a little spreadsheet that I would just pull up off of Google Docs, and I just plug in what I was doing, and I'm like, man, this is so much better. So I have need to get back. Oh, we're not in combat. I took it out. I didn't put it into auto combat. Forgot about that part. So we got to go back into fighting plants. But so this handy dandy notebook, you can put all kinds of different notes in here. What I did is I put in this agility stuff, all the things that tell you what gets the circlet of Relics and the jewel of Relics. There's more in here. I'm missing something. I am missing stuff. Oh, you know, I need to put that's under settings. And where is combat? I thought there was a giant toggle on here. Where am I missing? Offline combat, right there. Yes, I know I am about to die. So I should have. Is that on my adventure character? I had a whole bunch of notes that told where certain things dropped from. Hope I didn't lose all that. Oh, I did. Shit. Ah, that sucks. What am I missing? There was some other drops that I had, and I don't remember what I had noted. No, that's it. Well, that sucks. All right. There goes my notes. Unfortunately. So what I had was like where to find things in these notes here. I'm not dying yet, am I? No. So the handy dandy notebook, what this is, I'll go over the agility stuff here in a second, but the circlet of Relics, I feel like I had a few other ones because there's certain things that drop from certain places, and I can't remember which drops from what, so I had that stuff noted in here. But like if you're trying to go for the crown of Relics and you wonder why you're getting all the jewels instead, they actually drop from different skills. So it's not just totally random. I mean, it's random, but like if you're focusing in on wood cutting or something like that, and then you switch to fishing, you're just going to keep getting the circlet. You're not going to get the jewel. You have to actually switch to one of the other skills, and that's why I noted this, so that if I was trying to go for it, if I got one of them, I would switch over and do the other one. And it's too much to remember all that. Now, this agility stuff, what these are is, and this is how I use the notebook. I mean, you can use this for anything else. I used to use it to track what skills I was working on and stuff, because there was a time when I was doing a standard, adventure, and hardcore all at the same time, and trying to keep all of that straight, knowing what was doing what on what day was rough. So I moved over to putting stuff into here. I used to put it on a notepad next to me, and then I started using this thing. And then I got smart and started using this for this use right here, which is agility pillar or obstacles. So if I want to affect agility, if I want all the obstacles that affect agility, that's this section of numbers right here. So if I want the ones that affect astrology, obstacle 10 and 14 are the ones that affect that. So this here, this is, I think this is every skill. We've got cartography and stuff now, or archaeology, which I don't have those in here yet. But this just notes all the different skills, so I don't have to remember it, because I always forget, And some of these, basically how I generated this, and I mean, I'd probably copy this out at some point, throw it in a video or something. I've kept meaning to put it on there. But basically what I did is I went to the wiki site, and if you scroll to the bottom of a skill, it tells you what all the different things that modify. I mean, it'll tell you rings and crap like that, but it tells you the obstacles also. It lists each one and tells you what they do. Now, some obstacles you have to be careful. You don't necessarily want all of the obstacles they list, because some of them have a negative effect, and they don't, if I remember correctly, some don't have a positive, they just have a negative. And what they tell you on the wiki site is everything that affects that. So what this list is at one point, whenever I generate, this was like, I don't know, a year ago. I feel like this is a long time ago when I made this. What this does is all the positive effects. So if I'm looking to change something and get more mining XP or whatever, I go in here and look at this, and then I can set those to fit whatever I want. So that's how I use that handy dandy notebook, is for just putting little stuff like that that I always forget. Things that, I don't know, if I'm looking for something in a particular area or a drop or something, I'll go put that in there. But that's kind of those notes of what it's gone down to. Let's see. Do I have room? This one is grade A, awesome. Now, you're going to notice that all of these basically say they're not compatible with the current version, even though they all work, they're all fine. It's just, you may have some weird nuances with them and things may get a little wonky. But for the most part, I have not had any issues with these because these don't actually affect the game. These are more quality of life visual things. So anything that they do affect, like the quick shards one, the core game hasn't changed, so summoning isn't different. They've added on to it, but they haven't really changed anything. So these are fairly safe to run pretty much all the time. This do I have room? When you're thieving and you go into, oh God, this in the Stone Ages, we used to have to, does it show up in here? I don't remember where it shows up. So in the Stone Ages, you used to have to go, you used to have to go onto the drops, and you had to count out how many bank spaces you had left over, how many open spaces, and how many items were dropping. This isn't a bad thing here, but once you get down to like the Knight and some of these other ones that have just this long list of crap that they drop, and you're kind of close, like if they drop 20 items and you have 19 bank slots, you had to count all that out. So what this thing does is it actually shows you, do I have room? Can I fit that if I'm going to thieve this? It's not perfect, but it runs really well, and it saves you a lot of. My math is getting bad these days, so it's definitely better to have this thing do stuff for you. Shining Star. This was another one. This sucks to try to keep track of what you've done. Without this, you don't get these little padlocks and stuff on here. The drop thing, yes, you're right. So the drop thing only shows you if you're safe to get the stuff that the NPC is thieving from. It doesn't take into account things like the Crown of Relics or any of the other stuff that you just may magically lose if you're not paying attention. So you kind of, it's not going to tell you potential gold rings and stuff like that. It's not going to give you all those extra drops along the way. You just throw that in on top of it and say, well, if I'm looking for the Crown of Relics piece or the Signet Ring half or something, just add one to that. But what it does is it quickly shows you whether you have enough bank space to go through and thieve anything or not. And I don't know. I really like that a lot. It made it so much easier, especially when you get further down into it. And it's like 6 a.m, you're laying in bed, and you're like half awake, scrolling through it. You don't have to deal with all that math. You can just click on it and say go. So much easier. The other one for, I don't remember which one that was called. That is Shining Star. This is another thing. This should be in the game. When you do, what are we on? Astrology. When you do an astrology, if you click explore, you have to come in here, then you have to count the little boxes and see which ones are left. So the old way of doing things is you would come in here and click explore, see what you did not have masteries in, and then you were missing boxes. And then you'd go to the next one and you say, all right, I'm missing boxes. With this mod that's on here, this actually shows you whether you've filled anything in or not. See, that's got a half a star in it. That's because I've actually started filling into this here. All these other ones are locked because I haven't done the mastery for it yet. And then once you've fully completed this, it actually changes the constellation. It fills all these in with colored in stars and locks the constellation with a different symbol. So you can tell the progress you've got. You know which ones you need to work on mastery. It's a huge improvement to astrology, and I really recommend that one a lot because, like, you can see that I don't have some of these locked, and it differentiates between the white and gold. So you can just easily look at that and say, I have extra white. What is this? The stardust. I keep wanting to say sand. But you can look at that and say, okay, I have extra white stardust. I can go in here and just start clicking off all the ones that are missing. It's so much easier to go through this. I hated going through that before this mod. And oh yeah, whoever was in here new or that hadn't played in a long time, we've got modding support now. They've added mods. Like that's huge improvements to this because whatever they don't program into the game, you can just toss a mod in for. Yeah, this mod here is a fantastic addition. Shop item owned indicator. Here's another thing that should be in the game, in my opinion. I love this one. I pulled this one down because of Township. So it throws this little tag that says whether you own it or not. And if you're scrolling through this wall of crap here, trying to figure out which ones you've bought, and you got to go back, okay, I have this and this. Then I forgot to buy that one, but I leveled up and got 60 and bought that one. And, you know, you got to go through all this crap here. Am I dying? No, we're good. Not dying yet. Probably close, but I'm not dying yet. Oh, I guess I am covering up over the little health meter down there. I could probably move myself. What do we got? Go over here. Can we move that thing down there? Does that move at all? I don't know if they've got that. Notifications. Mini bar. No, it's just whether it's on or off. Eh. Because I totally am not paying attention to that. Oh, if I scrolled up, I could see. All right. What were we talking about? Mod manager. Shop item owned indicator. So that one, that is really nice for if you're buying stuff from the shop, especially down in like the township. You can tell whether you own it or not. Like if you're trying to do completion or something like that. It's way good for this. And that little tag has helped me because there's a lot of times I'll go in to buy a skill cape. I forget that I already have it or I have it equipped or something. And then I buy another one and now I've got two and I'm out $1,000,000. So, yeah, that's pretty nice. Oh, they even line that out, don't they? So the skill cape's useless. Ooh, that's nice. At least point that out. What do we got here? Show Slayer tier. This one is really handy for combat. So if you're trying to figure out what, let's say you're going in here and you're trying to, I want to go fight these guys for some reason, but I want to tie it into a Slayer task, and I don't know which one I need to re-roll. That's what this does. It puts that on there and it says hard task. Where that comes in really handy is this later stuff where you've got like this one here's got master, legendary, and mythical all in the same area. You don't know what the hell to re-roll. This is another one that feels like it should be in the game. So that is a real handy thing once you get into combat, especially when you start rolling Slayer tasks and stuff. That Slayer tier is really handy. Show skill modifiers. Now this one adds a toggle up at the top. You have to actually click on the book. And what this will tell you is all of the things in the game that is modifying whatever you're doing. So if I go to, say, agility and I click on this, it's going to tell me that I have this with global sales. And yeah, so go back. It actually tells you where it comes from. I don't really have a lot of obstacles on here, but this would probably be better showing on a different one. But like, say you get further down into agility where you start getting those negative modifiers, and you're like, why don't I see what's causing this to be negative? So you come in here to say smithing or something, and you've got a negative on preserve resources or whatever. You can actually just click on that little book and then click on this, and it tells you where those are coming from. It even tells you which obstacle it's coming from or whatever you've got. I love that. That's a very nice quality of life right there. And let's see here. Color-coded combat debuffs. So with the stun and all that stuff that we get, this actually color codes those tags. So when you're in combat, and like this thing doesn't do anything, it doesn't breathe fire or anything like that, so it's kind of hard to tell. But this thing will actually show you. Does it? There's a. It's hard to see on this little picture, but it actually highlights because all the text is white. Like if you're reading what the monster does and you're trying to figure out how it's going to affect you, all the text is white and you're like, I don't know what's going to happen. Well, this thing color codes that. So it's red for fire, blue for cold, I think, or ice or whatever. And then lightning, or maybe lightning's blue. I can't remember. I don't remember if we have lightning. I don't know. But it color codes all that stuff so you know what kind of damage you're going to take. So you can actually go look at that and see, is that going to affect me? So that's a really nice one. Semi-auto township. What this thing does is it automatically heals and repairs your township. So if you don't feel like messing around with having to log in, there's two mods that I really like. When I log in, I don't have to do anything anymore. I used to have to go collect all the farming stuff. Like you used to have to come in here and harvest all, plant all, click over, harvest all, plant all, click over, harvest all, plant all. I mean, that's not hard, but the one that auto plants all that stuff is great. And the next one is the thing that auto heals your town, so you don't have to go screw around with all that stuff. That's way, way good too. So I like that one. Semi-auto township. No, the text does not change on the monsters. So the monsters, what this is, I assume you're referring to the thing that shows the Slayer type of monsters. So if you're unfamiliar with Slayer areas, and this shows in here too, and it shows on here. So what these tags are, and they don't really do, it's kind of rough because they don't really do a great job of explaining how all this, and this easy tag might, I don't remember if this is in the base game or not. I think it is. I think it's the easy task that is added. So I think that's in the base game. I can't remember. But what they're trying to tell you is that these are easy, and it's based on the monster level. So this is combat level 1. Up to combat levels 47 is easy tasks. When you start moving up in difficulty, these are normal, hard. It is supposed to tell you the rough difficulty of the monster you're going to fight, but it really doesn't do a whole lot for you. And these tags don't change. They don't shift over to anything different. What this tag right here does is tell you what Slayer task it is. So if you're going to try to roll a Slayer task of a specific monster, you would have to come in here and re-roll whichever tier of that Slayer task you need. And sometimes it's hard to tell what the monsters are, especially when they're in different sections, like the one I showed here. This one. So it's the same Slayer area, but this ranges from Master to Mythical. So I don't know which Slayer task to re-roll if I want Leviathan ones. Is it Master? Is it Legendary? Or is it Mythical? Because they all encompass this whole area. But with that mod, words are hard. With that mod, it actually tells you which one it is. And that's where I really put that mod on, was because of this thing here. Once we got this expansion, I was like, man, I don't know what I'm trying to run in here. Okay, we're at level 10 of everything in here. So I'll let that chug and grab some food for a second. Let's run through this mod manager real fast here. Semi-auto township, upgrade all potions. That's another huge quality of life. Once you get into Herbalore, having to upgrade all the potions from tier 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 is crap. This thing, push one button, it upgrades everything. Dungeon completion count, I threw this one in for funsies. This just shows you how many times you've completed the dungeon. This is actually useful for township tasks because you might have to clear a dungeon like 500 times or something like that. So this shows you how many times you've completed it on the dungeon itself. And then Living Bank Helper is one I put on for my standard account. It doesn't really matter a whole lot. Steal gear from Knights. Knights are a long way down on that list. Where I would go for getting gear is probably more into the Golden Village, because you can get the bronze shield out of that. And where else do we go from there? It's the, I can't get The graveyard gives you the rest of the bronze stuff here and the iron. And then I can't remember where else I go after that. Level 12 is knights? From thieving? Ah, they're farther than knight. Oh, the bandit thugs? Because the knight is way down here at 88. For dungeon completion count, if it, I assume, yeah, that's way down here. Castle of Kings is, I know what you mean. Uh, Castle of Kings is a tough place to fight. So the Steel Knights, maybe we might be able to get that. Actually, Steel Knights might not be too bad. So you don't need to downgrade your potions. There's a potion you can have that gives you a random one of a different tier. So if you've over leveled, you can actually put on the Herblore potion that gives you the random tier one, and it'll fill in the rest. It takes a little bit longer, but yeah. Okay, let's see here. All right, we got to do something different. Let's try it. This ain't gonna end well, but let's try it. I probably should not avoid that, but I want to equip the. Oh, I can't equip. No dungeon swapping. Damn it. Let's do stab for extra accuracy. Make sure we're hitting. I don't know that this is going to turn out well. Yeah, the potion grind is kind of rough. That potion really helps you get those extra tiers, but it is what kind of damage does this thing do? A lot. All right. We haven't hit yet. 38% accuracy. That's not going to work. And I don't have near enough potatoes to heal through that because potatoes heal for jack shit. You have to hold that button for a minute. Okay, so that one's not going to go. We definitely need more accuracy, but we're not going to get more accuracy. I did take that, so that gives XP. Let's do agility for a second. Buy some time to think some things through here. Oh, the chicken's tough. The chicken is very tough at the beginning. Usually I over level to get into that. I usually, oh yeah, we're going to have to get some gear. Like I have no gear. I have a sword and some gloves. And these gloves suck. We're going to need to get into rune crafting. This doesn't do damage reduction. When, I don't know when we get damage reduction. It might be the next level of gear, which is a lot higher. All right, we'll have to come back to that. So agility, we're going to make a little cash. We could try to get the next obstacle. I don't remember what that one does. I think there's thieving and stuff on there. What's an obstacle 2? That's agility. Fire making and smithing. So nothing I really care about. So not really a reason to do that. Yeah, the hands are kind of tough. You're going to need a lot of food. This is what makes hardcore combat only as a game mode is another one that I've kind of wanted to do at some point. That is a tough game mode because you don't get any of this stuff. I did the one hardcore combat only speed run and I got fairly far on it. But that was tough. That was really tough because you only can do combat skills and you're so hamstrung on magic because you can't get runes. But hardcore combat only is definitely no joke. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do overnight. Probably mining. Mining's probably a safe choice. We do have, do we have anything left? No, I don't. Let's see, we can do air runes. We could craft up a hat. I need to get, you know what? Let's do essence mining for a little bit here. Hardcore combat only is tough. I thought about it. I've wanted to run it a few times. I just haven't got there yet. There's a mod for it too that somebody's made where you can actually run it. It's pretty slick from what I gather. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to work up some magic. That's the way to get through the chicken, because you're gonna have the combat triangle working for you. Realistically. And if we have 1,000, we're going to get the wand. I don't think I get anything else from rune crafting. Actually, we can do a staff of air. Yeah, I gotta, you know, maybe we'll do that. Because I don't really need a single-handed weapon because I don't have a shield. I don't care. So let's do some air runes. The chicken actually should not be bad. I say that, but who knows what'll happen. Let's see here. We'll set that to this. The chicken shouldn't be too bad, though. With magic, you're going to get level 10 magic, I presume is how the intended is. This is probably intended to go through magic for that, because you're going to have the combat triangle, which gives you, I think it's 30% bonus to melee. Versus melee, I should say. You're going to do extra damage over it. Versus melee is equal, so you're not getting a plus or a minus. So this is going to give a benefit, in theory. We'll see how that pans out. Yeah, it won't use air runes, but it will use mind runes. So we just need to get up enough air runes to create that, and then we're good because we'll be able to cast that spell. Like I say, we'll be able to do that infinitely. I always forget about that too. You can actually use those for alt magic and stuff like that as well, which we need nature runes for that, and I have none. Yeah, I don't have any nature runes, so I can't even do that. What do I need? 100, I think. Yeah, 100 air runes will get us there. If we're not doubling, I wonder if all this is disabled for getting additional runes and stuff. Yeah. So the kind of crazy thing is, if you look at all the initial combat areas, almost everything in here is melee. Like these things are ranged. The iconic cave is new. That changed things. I'm not talking about these new ones. I'm talking about the old stuff. Like there's range there, but nobody ever really fights that skeleton unless you're trying to do completion. All that's melee. Wet Forest is all melee. Bandit Hideout is all ranged, but you know, Icy Hills has these guys. Castle's all melee. This is where you start working on your ranged. So, I mean, this is all melee. And then they finally added this area, which is a little bit of a mixed area there. Oh, we've got 100. And I need to go get one log. And let's see here. Rune crafting, give me one. That takes care of that. We can set this to this. Oh, I don't have another. I don't have another combat thing either. All right, I'm gonna have to set that. And we go to the bank. This can go in here. This can be equipped. Throw that in there. do want to lock this stuff. I don't want to lose it. Yeah, I want to save daggers. But, all right. Quit messing with that and come back down here. So, level 1 is rough. Level 1 is very rough. I was contemplating. I don't think you have the accuracy to kill any of the higher tier stuff. I was kind of contemplating going after some of this other stuff, but I have to get magic built up a little bit. So, yeah. Oh, the equipment's definitely worth it. Do we have enough for this? Oh, yeah, we should. Yeah, good point. I forgot about that. We need one more air rune. Ooh, we got water runes coming up too. Do the mine. Oh, you know what I did not create is let's throw that on there. I did not even create the boots. Give me those boots. And you know what? I will do one water rune just because. Then I can put it in my inventory. And drop that there. Equip those. Yeah, I usually do the chick. I usually start with melee. I usually don't go into. So, if you think about it this way, I've started this game 15, 20 times with different characters, but you play the game for so long, you kind of forget that initial starting thing that you do. So I've actually started it with magic once, and I think that was on one of the hardcore playthroughs I did. Normally I start with melee because melee is free. You don't have to go get anything to do melee. You just go stab stuff for a while. You can work on plants. One of those, one speed run or one mode that I started, I went to like 50, 60, whatever it was, attack. I just let it go for a long time. What I typically do for combat on the melee side is I'll ramp up to 10, level 10 on each skill, then I'll go to level 20 on each skill, then maybe level 30 on each skill, because that you can get to within a few hours, and then I start letting it go to like level 50 or 60 or something like that, and then switch into the next skill. And that's just like killing plants. Um, yeah, you don't have to go whole hog on melee on you don't even have to worry about ranged or magic at all. In fact, there was one of the game modes that I think it was like my standard account. I went all the way through and died at the very last boss of the Fire God dungeon with just melee. I went through all that. Alt magic is great. Alt magic is a nice way to let that go overnight. And the cool thing about alt magic is it's affected by skill rings. So you get those bonuses. Non combat skill rings. But it levels up a lot slower too. It's you get more you level up faster on doing actual combat with magic than you do anything else. Yeah, I mean the melee is so easy to get into. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to worry about leveling up fletching or rune crafting or any of that other stuff. Like you have to do so many other things. Melee, you just put a sword on and start whacking things and you're done. Yeah. Alt magic is really nice. They've added a lot of cool stuff to alt magic too. I slept on alt magic for a long time, and I finally looked at it one day and started using it, and like some of the stuff you can get from it, like creating bones and things like that. That's really really cool stuff you can do in there. Hey, we're almost to level 10. I need to let this work up all its Ooh, we got a token. Let's throw that over there. And since you're the first one, you can be there. Claim that token. No, it wasn't that you really needed alt magic. It was that alt magic does a lot of really cool stuff, and if you ignore it, I don't remember it way back in the day. I know it was much more limited, and they've added a lot of stuff to it. But like, there was a point in time when I discovered that it did some really cool stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, that is awesome. Developing bone or creating bones out of the air was one of them. Selling items for so you get this thing in agility where it says, or any of the things that give you the global gold accept item sales. The way you get around that item sales part is with alt magic. So if you've got a 250,000 gold helmet that you got from a god dungeon, that thing can sell for what, 1.6 or 2 point, whatever that multiplier is at the very bottom of alt magic. You get that really good one. It can sell it for like 1 million or some. It's crazy amount of money you can make off of it. But that's how you get around that. And then you get the global gold added to the alt magic alchemy part of it, whatever that is. So that's pretty cool. What do we got on here? We have, so this is going to add air spell damage. Oh, we can do bottoms now too. Do I have enough air runes? I do not. See, this is where the extra benefit's going to come from, because you get a +5 minimum air spell damage. So the more damage you do, the more XP you get, and the faster you level up magic. And for any of the combat skills, you want to hit harder, so you want your strength or you want your damage to go up. So having the bottoms on here will be helpful. And yeah, the top comes in at level 11. Oh, we could do mist runes too. No, yeah. Oh, that's combination runes. I don't care about those. Oh, went too far. Let's create an earth rune real quick so it drops in the right spot. Let's do that. Create this. And I can do the water stuff, but I'm not using water magic, so I don't want to create it and waste my bank space. So if I go and equip that, move that over there. Let's lock these. All right. Rune crafting of mind runes. Let's finish these off. Yeah, you need the accuracy too. And unfortunately, well, the cool thing is with magic and ranged both, the accuracy you get comes from the skill. So you don't have to level something else up separately. Like you do with attack, strength, and defense, you have to work all three of those together for melee. But for magic, well, really it's attack and strength for melee. Defense works on all of them. But for ranged, it's just one skill you have to level up, and that brings your accuracy up. So once we get level 10 on this, we'll be able to clear that chicken coop fairly easily, I think. May have to go back and forth with the rune mine and making mind runes here enough, but I don't know what kind of accuracy we're going to have at level 10. That's the thing. It may still suck. Who knows? You know, I keep thinking I need to start Township, and I never do. I don't remember what... You know what? I don't care. We'll do Terran. Doesn't matter. We've got tasks, and we can already turn something in. I've killed 100 plants, so... Oh, right off the bat. 1,000 Slayer coin. Cool. And some gold. All right. That's a good way to start. I should have started this earlier, because we could be working on tasks right now. Why is it not changing? Do I not have casual tasks? Guess I don't. 0 casual tasks. Okay. Town. We have to do something in town. Now, here's the other thing that I've never done. I haven't started Township over since it came out. I don't think I've honestly started Township at all. So, since they've reworked it, it's just been here. And I've never actually done anything with it. So this is going to be new. This will be interesting. I think the last time I actually started township was before the rework when we actually had when you could brick your town and it like didn't work. It no worky. Yeah, I've had that problem. Let's see here. We'll do a basic structure. You know what? We can do like one of each of these. No, we can't do that. We do a storehouse. But I need a trading post for the storehouse, and the trading post is. Oh, we don't have. We have to have level to get that. Can we do a trading post yet? Yeah, it's down here. Level 15. All right. Oh, this thing updates in an hour. Wow. Okay. Um, we got enough stuff up here. Oh, you missed out. You missed out on the township thing. So when township, I've got videos for the way township started off, and it was interesting because you could actually when this started when you actually started township, you'd pick your deity, you'd come in here and you'd start picking buildings. If you built past what you had wood for, you couldn't build anything more. And you couldn't, like, if you built all basic structures, basic shelters, and didn't build the, where's it at? The wood cutting thing? Was it the forest? If you didn't build the woodcutters camp, you just never got wood again. So your town would just stop. That was it. You had to wipe the town off the face of the earth and start over. It was it was interesting times. It was interesting times for sure. So if I buy another one, how many do I have to build to get that green light out? Or that must upgrade. So I don't know what this interface does anymore. Because the last time I played all this, it was way different. Oh, Township. Township was a ride, man. That was really controversial when it came in. The way it came in, it was super controversial, and there was a lot of complaints about it. Well, the crappy thing was is you knew you were getting into that problem. You just got there. Oh yeah, okay, the tiers. Man, it has been so long. But now I'm gonna have cost. I can't do too much because I'm gonna have repair costs in here. Forgot about that. Oh, and then they had town health. Nobody understood town health or happiness. Like education didn't do anything. So you would build a bunch of schoolhouses, and then it became a point where you just got like massive tons of money out of this. So people were going whole hog and like you had to theory craft what buildings you were going to build and which biome and stuff. Like they standardized everything and they just made it the same. It was really hard to. I tried making some videos about how to work in township and stuff, but it was so hard to describe what to do with it. Like it was hard to understand it in the first place. It came out kind of weird. Um, oh, no repair costs to start off with. That's cool. Yeah, that those were the days. Those were definitely the days. We need to get back in combat here. Spell, we're going to cast that, and we're going to fight plants once again. And we've got decent accuracy on this thing. Can watch it level up. This should go fairly quickly, I think. Yeah, man. Township was a hell of a ride because we got it, and there was a lot of things people hated about it. I don't remember all the controversy about it, but there was a lot of things. Some people just totally ignored it, like they didn't want to do anything with Township. It was so bad. Some people loved it because it just printed money. Some people hated it because it was hard to figure out. And there's some people in the middle. Like it was a crazy ride for a little while there. That was fun times. I miss those days. And then I think we got a rework on it. And then we got a full rework on it, like a complete overhaul of it, I think, if memory serves. Like it was, they did some fixing. The UI was kind of stupid in some regards. Like it was, like you had to click different buttons to see different things, and it was all kind of hidden in some weird way. The township tasks, these, I forgot about these. I need to really be working on this. Well, we can't do fishing or that, so we could do bird's nests. We can definitely kill Golbins. Can't cook, so no chicken. Can't cook, so no beef. But could definitely knock this skeleton one out. So there's a lot of stuff. Is there any Slayer stuff that would be good to buy? Golden Raid's been public death since I started playing. It hasn't gone anywhere. This thing here has not changed since the game came out. Since the game came out in early access in Steam, this has been the exact same way. I think they might have done something to it somewhere along the line and changed. Oh, they added the raid shop. That's what it was. They added this thing to it. But the Golden Raid has been just like this for the entire time. In fact, this was how you used to go get the, they've changed it now, I think, but there is a pet. Which one is it? I don't remember which one it is. There's a pet that you get from killing Golbins. You got to kill like 42,690 or something like that, or 420,69 or something. It's one of those funny numbers, but you got to kill a ton of those things. And you used to just go into the raid every once in a while because you kill Golbins constantly, but I think they've changed that. The Golden Raid is fun. I wish they would incorporate it as a passive thing or something, like Township is, where you can just get some kind of loot out of it or something. It is kind of cool to play around with. It's an interesting concept, if nothing else. Yeah, 42069. Yeah, that right there. But I don't know. They've just not really done anything aside from putting this stuff in. And I think I might have actually got all this crap at some point. It's not that hard. So if you've never played the Golden Raid, and they added difficulty. I think it used to just be 1. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've played it, but the cool thing about this is it's like totally random, so you never know what gear you're going to have. You can have like just random crap on for a while, and next thing you know, you get one of the god swords or something, and you're just whacking things down, and I don't know. It's kind of fun. But there's not really, like, the challenge in it is choosing the gear you get. It's not necessarily difficult. Yeah, yeah. I thought it was only one difficulty too. I don't remember it being multiple. I think I briefly checked it out once they did once they did that rework and put the shop in there. I think I did check it out, and that's kind of about as far as I got with it. And just turn this monitor off. I'm not really using it. We're not getting too terribly far here. But yeah, there's been a lot of changes throughout this game over its time frame. A lot of good changes. A few controversial ones here and there, but mostly really positive stuff. Very mostly positive. I'm curious to see how much further they go. Like, what are they going to do with expansions and stuff? Oh, food choice. Oh, yeah. Well, so in the raid, you only get so much food. That's like one of the rewards. So you say you fight 10 monsters, then you get to choose a reward. So you can choose a weapon, you can choose an armor, or you can choose food. So you'll pick a piece of food and you'll have like 200 of them. And you'll go through several tiers of monsters, and then you'll start running low on it. And then you have to pick something. Oh yeah, Township Part 2. Is that really going to happen? So township wasn't it? Weren't we supposed to get like combat with another city or something like that, and you'd fight somebody else, not like another person's town, but like some other NPC town or something like that. Um, yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool. And I wish township did not come in the way I thought it was going to. Like when they described it, they said that you'd be able to transfer stuff into the town, like wood and stuff like that. But they didn't do it the way I thought they were going to do it. And oh, you can't transfer in. Could we transfer in at the first? I can't remember. It's been so long. But you can transfer stuff out of the town. And what I thought you could do is like go mine up a bunch of, or chop a bunch of trees and then transfer those logs in. I thought you had to actually build your town as you went. I thought you had to actually go and say fish up food for your town. So you would take the stuff that you fished up and then give it to your town. I thought that was how you were going to sustain it. I didn't realize that they had all this stuff built in like this. Like it was, yeah. See, golden raids and stuff would be hilarious. I think it would be really cool to see stuff like that. But that's Township 2.0 that we may or may not ever get because we've had two expansions since. Yeah, because Township came out the week before Throne of the Herald did. And then we got Throne of the Herald. Yeah, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. God, that was so long ago. What's up, Foolish? Just reliving the old days here. Well, and the other thing I thought would be kind of cool too is to have random town events. Uh, so you're just a building just explodes. Now this was in the original iteration of Township. So like maybe a fire breaks out and burns down some of your buildings and make it optional or something. I was thinking like Sim City, maybe go in there and do some Sim City style thing where you got some big giant dragon comes through and burns off some of the village or something. I thought stuff like that'd be kind of cool, just random events. Uh, Maybe even like what we get with cartography where you randomly get something cool, hey, we were digging out in the mines and we found this, good events, bad events, and then make it optional where you could, I don't want to deal with all that. I thought that'd be kind of cool too, but that was in the original iteration of Township, not necessarily what we have now. What we have now is much more streamlined. Alien invasion would be kind of cool. Creatures from a different universe or something like that, or a different reality or whatever. Some crazy monster comes crawling along. The eldritch horror comes in or something. I thought stuff like that would be kind of neat for it. But you don't want to wake up and find out that your town got smoked by a by a fleet of dragons that came by. Nobody wants that. Yeah, man, those were the days. What are you guys all playing? You got standard, hardcore, ancient relic mode, adventure mode, mod. I don't know what anybody's doing these days. Kind of ran the gamut of all of it. The only thing I really haven't done is like mods. I've played all the standard modes that are in the game, or the built-in modes, I should say. But I have not done any of the. I haven't done any mods. I've been wanting to. There's what Chaos mod, and I don't know. There's some really cool modded runs to do. Which mod are you running? The one I wanted to do. What was the one I wanted to do here? Nope. Combat. Adventure's cool. Adventure makes you think for a while. And then once you've got it all, it's not too bad. Once you've got all the skills unlocked. I keep thinking I want to do a fresh standard account. Oh yeah, new dungeons, conquest mode. This one looked really cool. I liked this. I like the thought of this one here. The only problem is right when I was getting ready to do this is when they made some changes. Whether we got an expansion or something like that, I can't remember what it was. And then I was like, ah, well, I can't do this. There are some really nice Slayer areas in here too. The Abyssal Rift, I loved this. This came out of that modding contest. Um, that was cool. I noticed somebody added these RuneScape ones. I haven't tried that yet. Theater of Blood sounds pretty cool. Uh, yeah, there's some really cool Insanity mode. This one looked really cool too. Yeah, you need to get your bearings. They've added a lot. I mean, the core gameplay is still there. They haven't really, it's not that different. Combat hasn't changed at all. Now, with Atlas of Discovery, they've added the barrier stuff and all that, but combat's basically combat. It hasn't changed since forever. Do I have. Yeah, I still got plenty of this. I gotta check my runes. I don't know how thrifty we've been with that, but apparently we're doing okay. And really, their skills haven't changed a whole lot either. I mean, they've added some skills, they've reworked a couple of things here and there, but most of it's just additive. Like they added a whole bunch of stuff to wood cutting. All this down here has been added. I think this was a quality of life change they added too that tells you what you have to purchase to get that going. Yeah, but the barrier's like the only mechanical change that they've had. I mean, the dragons, there was a time when dragons didn't breathe fire, and then they added that. So they've added that stuff in, like more stuff breathes fire or ice or something like that. Some of that stuff, there was a lot of dungeons that didn't do anything. Like you, if memory serves, in the original early access version, you didn't get the very first time that a dragon breathed fire was in the volcanic cave. I don't think the Dragon's Den did at all. And then there was a patch that came out that they added that, and that's when the dragon started doing that in the dungeon. I don't remember if they did in the Dragon Valley or not, but I remember they did add that in a patch. So I mean, there's been slight changes, but the barrier combat is really the biggest combat change that they've had, besides adding dungeons or Slayer areas or some combat areas. Like the Elrond Battlegrounds wasn't in the original game. They actually added that with Throne of the Herald. And then this stuff all came along with Atlas of Discovery. I like how they color coded these too. That shows you which is what expansion. I kind of wish they would do. Um, were they drakes? I thought they were always dragons. I don't remember them being drakes. Um, I wish they would do something. I don't know how they would do this, but like you've got Cape of Completion and stuff like that, which is different nowadays. It is truly split apart. Like in the back in the old days, once you got the Cape of Completion, you had everything in the game, and then the Throne of the Herald came out, so you'd get the Superior Cape of Completion, which actually combined all of the skill capes into one. Now we've got Atlas of Discovery, which has its own uh, Cape of Completion, which is separate from the other Cape of Completion. So now you've got two different ones. I I wish they would. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. Terminology thing with dragons and drakes. I get it. Um, but I wish they would do something where they could combine. If you own all the expansions, they would combine everything together. So the Cape of Completion is the Cape of Completion, not this one for here, this one for here, and this one for there. I just one all-encompassing Cape of Completion that takes care of everything. I think that'd be kind of cool because the Cape of Completion doesn't count towards your um, uh, uh, completion log. How does Cape of Completion even work considering not fully completion till superior Cape of Completion? So the Cape of what they've done. Oh yeah, you haven't played in a while. Forgot about that. So they've separated everything out. If you just own the base game, the Cape of Completion is for the base game. This Cape of Completion here is 1 through 99, and it encompasses all of the capes that are 99 capes. If you don't own any expansion, this Cape of Completion is for the base game. Flat out. That's it. That's all that covers. The Superior Skill Cape covers the Cape of Completion for all the 120 skills, which also includes the 99 skills. So this one is the Superior Cape of Completion, so it's sitting at the top of the food chain, and it covers all the. But I mean, you have to have full completion on the base game and the Throne of the Herald expansion. And then now with Atlas of Discovery, they've added another Cape of Completion, which is really a superior. It looks like a superior one. So this one, it covers both of the archaeology and cartography ones. I don't know. I kind of wish they would streamline this stuff for people that own the full game and just kind of consolidate everything together so it's a more cohesive experience, that it's like one solid game and not a game with two expansions. Because if you buy the base game and then the Throne of the Herald, it feels like one solid game. Atlas of Discovery feels like it got stapled and duct taped off to the side over here. And it like they go to 120 and all, but they just feel weird. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Because if you don't own one but you own the other, you get parts. I just kind of wish it was, I don't know. Game hours spent on Melvor. Thousands. I have no idea. I no clue. I have standard. I've had two hardcore characters because I killed one off. I have full completion on standard, which is all capes completion, all that. On standard and hardcore, although I didn't do Atlas of Discovery for hardcore, I got everything else with that. I got all the way through Throne of the Herald with that one. I have all the way through Throne of the Herald with an adventure account. Then there was, I don't know how many speed runs we did, because there was one where they ran two different speed runs at one time. I feel like we did 4 or 5 different speed runs that would last a month or two. I think Steam says I have like 2,000 hours into the game, but there was also a time when you could not do combat offline. There was no offline combat. So what I would do is wake up in the morning, turn my laptop on, and I would because I was running 2 different characters, I wasn't sure. Well, okay, let me paint this picture. So when you're running multiple characters and you're running it on the Steam client, you can only run one character at a time. When you're running it on a web browser, you can run as many browser tabs as you can, but I wasn't sure how that worked exactly. So there was a point in time when there was no offline combat. So what I would do is fire up one character on the Steam client and then fire up the other character on a web browser. So I was running standard and hardcore at the same time, and the web browser doesn't count your time played. And a lot of the 2,000 hours I have on the Steam client is just letting it sit in the background and run because we couldn't do offline combat. So that's why I have so many hours in it. The real hours I have is way beyond that, because I've ran so many different characters. I've got 3 main characters that I can load up right now. And then all those speedrun characters that got blown away. Oh yeah, Chrome crashed. That was a good time. I don't think I ever had issues with it. I think what we had was like a weird memory leak where after a while things would just stop working correctly. I remember some odd thing with that. But yeah, there were some interesting times for a while there. All right. That's a lot of potatoes. I think uh, insane doctor here is talking about the first. He's playing through the first time and just getting into the mist, and you know when you the first time you reach the god dungeons and stuff. What is when I started playing this? It's an idle game. It's so slow. When I started playing this, I looked at the Steam thing and it said there's a story and everything, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And I totally forgot about that. When you get down into the volcanic cave and they give you that book for the first time, and you're reminded that, oh my God, there's a story, and then it opens up these god dungeons and stuff. And the first time you get to that was really cool. And Into the Mist, if you've not done that fight before, Into the Mist is a really eye-opening experience too, because the God Dungeons, so your first big difficulty spike is really at the volcanic cave. The next one is if you do the Infernal Stronghold. The God Dungeons aren't too bad until you get to the Fire God, but once you hit Into the Mist, that's when things go crazy. And if you don't have the right, because I'm not going to say anything about the fight, but you have to have your ducks in a row. And if you don't have all your ducks in a row, you can't even do the fight. So that is when it gets really kind of crazy. Let's see if we can we do combat here? What's this thing going to do? It's going to hurt? Yep, it's going to hurt. I don't want to be in here. All right, let's go kill us a chicken. I was going to try and get some quick gear, but those things hurt too much. Oh. Prayer doesn't do any good. I was thinking I probably need to go get some bones. I can go kill chickens for a while. See if we can get through this thing, though. A little bit of prayer would go a long way. And the conversation moves around. And the game's... And if you don't know how the combat triangle works, like it took me forever to I never even followed the combat triangle. I just went and whacked on things until they died. We got a good chance of hitting. And we're not hitting. Why are we not hitting? Like 0. 71% chance to hit. And I can't even hit the thing once. Not once. Oh, seriously? I was trying the dungeon. All right. Let's put my thinking cap on here for a second. That sucks. That's just a shield. Speaking of township tasks, is there anything that would help this immediate situation? This stuff's all way later. Oh, I remember when we used to have burnt fish too. I think my standard account still has all the old burnt fish. They patched all that out. If you haven't played in a while, there's no more burnt fish. There is this burnt fish, but all the rest of them are gone. No, there's nothing that's going to be... I was just looking to see if there was like a weapon or something. Oh, right. Oh, good call, because that's got, yeah. Can we do that? Just straight up Golbins. Should be able to. These things don't hit very hard, and I can use potatoes. Yeah, I forgot they added the straight up gold versions of those. Unfortunately, this is raw fish, so it's not going to do any good. Well, I mean, you just delete them or whatever. You could sell them, I think, the burnt fish. I don't know how much you remember of the old days, but they used to, if you cooked, you actually got a piece of burnt fish. And there's a specific thing that you need that one burnt fish for that they left in the game. That's why they left it in the game. And you can actually get it as a township task. But it drops from what? What's it drop from? The Sandy Shores? Was it tentacles? Yeah, burnt cavefish still drops from those things because there's a certain item in the game that you get. Uh, 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 but yeah. Oh, and we're getting new stuff here. Oh, getting bones. Sweet. Put that in there. Put that in there. I don't care about the fish or that stuff yet. Does it say how many I've killed so far? No. I had a counter for that too. Guess not. But we could come down here to Township and look. 7. Big number 7. Could get a shield out of this. Yeah, we have water runes. But yeah, the some of the stuff that they've added to the township tasks is really nice. Like getting that gold steel plate body right off the bat. I think that gives you damage reduction too. So you don't get hit nearly as hard. I'm going to hang on to that thing for a second. Nope, this. We don't get the leather body till there. So we can't get a chest piece at all. I don't think. Smithing. What do we get here? Nah, but we could get some boots, but I don't want the boots. Need the gold. Really need the gold. What tier of gear is it worth starting to upgrade all the way? Well, that is going to depend. So, at some point, the melee gear that you get starts giving you damage reduction. I don't remember if the fully upgraded bronze has it or not, but in fact, I could look it up. Let's see here. Go through yield gear guide here. Bronze plate bodies, silver plate bodies, and gold plate bodies. Does it say on here? Does not say. I don't think the bronze has damage reduction. So the interesting thing is, if you go into, say, the Castle of Kings, and you start getting like maybe the mithril stuff, to get into the adamant stuff, you lose a lot of accuracy. Now you can also use magic to start taking over the knights, and that is better for the combat triangle portion of it. But you can actually get damage reduction off. I know the mithril knights you can get once you upgrade the mithril gear to the gold side of it. It does start doing damage reduction at that point. What the damage reduction does is lets you get into dungeons faster. But if you're trying to collect gear from, or trying to kill those adamant knights and stuff like that, getting the damage reduction means you're not taking as much damage and using as much food. So it's definitely a benefit to it. And it depends on if you're playing hardcore combat only or not, because if you're playing hardcore combat only, I would probably be upgrading everything off of these statues that drop the gold and silver bars. Like there's a lot of variables into it, but you can really upgrade any of the gear as long as you have the silver and gold to upgrade it. And I don't remember if it costs actual money to upgrade, but there's been times once I learned when I first started playing, I didn't upgrade any of the gear. I didn't know that there were damage reduction was a thing. I didn't know about it. I didn't care. I just kind of played the game and whatever happened, happened. And then I learned that damage reduction actually lowers the amount of damage you take. And I'm like, oh, this is actually kind of useful. Maybe I want to put that on. So it depends. Damage reduction does not, 0%. It does say it on here. Damage reduction does not start until like iron plate bodies or something. There's a point. Yeah, no. Iron, no. Iron is a no. Steel, maybe it's steel. Yeah, you get 1% damage reduction with steel. So the full set would be 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. So you lose 4% of damage taken. So if they're, it just lowers that down a little bit. It helps out. And the other, well, you can piecemeal upgrade too. Oh yeah, I forgot about the shield. I'm looking at a two-handed weapon. I'm totally forgetting about that. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to upgrade everything. You can upgrade some pieces and get some benefits of the damage reduction. You can piecemeal it together. There's just a lot of different ways to do damage reduction and however you want to do it. If you're, it depends on what gear you have. It helps you go into stuff a lot further because you've got that damage reduction. It's lowering how much of a hit you're going to take. So I don't know. It depends. All of it's worth doing. It just gets more and more expensive as you go to do. Just got to the point where I have an ancient crossbow, really unsure what bolts to be using and feel like I'll use all my gems. Yes, that is definitely a thing. So we can run. I think we're at the task limit. Claim that, and there we go. Got that, and now we've got that thing. Toss this off to the side. Come back to that. Crossbows. So for fletching, here's the interesting thing that I learned about. I can't show it here, but I can like point it out. So the interesting thing that I learned when I first started playing, I did two-handed bows. I thought that's the way to do it. I didn't think about crossbow and shield and how you're getting more damage reduction with the shield and all that. None of that mattered to me. I didn't care. But then I learned about it, and then I learned that topaz bolts at level 10 fletching are level 1, and bronze bows are level 1 ranged. So you do not even have to use regular bows, two-handed bow at all. You can go right into, now it depends on whether you're playing hardcore combat only and stuff like that. But if you've got access to fletching, and it's the same thing with adventure mode. If you haven't unlocked fletching yet, you can't do it. But if you have fletching unlocked and you can get into it, you can make a stack of topaz bolts, level up fletching for a little bit, and then switch over to sapphire and stuff. And as you add more mastery, you're going to get item preservation with that mastery. So it makes it so you're saving stuff. And then if you get the crown of relics, you get the more preservation. You get item doubling and stuff once you get into why do we have all that? I thought we couldn't double anything. Oh, that's a joke number. 69. I get it. I get it. But for bolts, what I usually do is step through the bolts depending on what I'm leveled up for, because the bolts are, I think level 1, I think it's like level 20 and then like level 40. Like there's huge jumps in between the bolts that you get. So I usually use a lot of, if I'm just killing off crap tier monsters, just trash mobs or whatever, I'll put on the worst bolts that I've got as long as it's doing the job. And then I'll build up to better bolts if I go into a dungeon or something. But if I'm going to idle for a while and I don't really need it, you just waste a lot of ammo is all. That's the big thing. Yeah, steel's the first one to give you damage reduction. Strength bonuses are nice. Yes, they are. So if you're used to javelins are good too. Javelins are a way to level up because you're gonna probably go and kill a whole bunch of these guys. Where the hell are they? These guys here, like these throwers. These guys give you a bunch of this stuff. I guess you build them up. That's like free leveling for ranged, and then that the power glove you've got that helps out, give it a little bit. So if you're familiar, if you came from old school RuneScape, and I think this is a difference here. So you're looking at Scimitar as the best, but that's not how things work in Melvor Idol. The way this works in Melvor Idol, and I don't know how different it is in RuneScape. I'm just going to point this out because this took a little while to figure out too. You've got attack, strength, and defense. Now, this dagger is going to be for attack, and that's because it's made for speed, and it actually shows you in here attack intervals. I'm not looking at the attack interval, I'm looking at the stab bonus. So slash is where this matters is attack is your stab bonus, strength is your slash bonus, and defense is your block bonus. So if you equip this thing in combat, or if you equip this and then look at the combat, it's got the little symbols down here to tell you what you're doing. So the way you choose attack, strength, or defense skills is with this button. I'm sure you know that. But the weapon you use determines how much skill or bonus XP you're going to get from that. So if I go and put on, I think a scimitar is a slash, the axe is better for slashing. It's got that +1 bonus. So this is a little better, one better than the knife for slashing. So if you were going to work on strength, you would equip the axe and then use that to build your strength up. And then if you're going to, the sword is good for attack. This gives you a nice stab bonus. The dagger is made for speed. See how you lose the speed on that? And you can just click on these and see what it's going to go if you view item stats. What I do is I'll equip something and then view the stats on it. Now this is the same as what I've already got equipped, but if I click on this and click stats, you'll see what improves and what goes down. I will get a strength bonus out of it, but I will lose the block bonus. So the sword is not good for working on defense. You actually want something different. And the axe, yeah, the axe is kind of a filler item. You would want to use scimitar, I think, is for slashing. But the axe, the thing about the axe is it's got the same bonus for slash and block. So if you only have, like, if for whatever reason you're playing hardcore combat only, or you don't have smithing unlocked in adventure mode, the only thing you have is an axe you found on the ground, and you don't have a scimitar, this actually gives you the choice between running slash and block. I mean, you can run stab from this thing. It's just not as efficient, if that makes sense. You do lose attack interval. It is slower. Yeah. I mean, it is slower, but if you're targeting strength or defense, you're going to get better. So the way they calculate XP in here is how much damage you do. So if you do more damage, let me equip this on. So if I equip a sword and I do stab, I'm going to do 36 max hit to this. If I click over to slash, why am I doing more? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. I equipped the right thing. It's +9 stab bonus. Like, okay, so this doesn't do what I thought it did. What I anticipated is if I equip this axe, the stab and slash should be different. Oh, 6 hidden strength. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it kind of muddies the waters up. That's not what I'm trying to show here. Yeah. That really clouds the issue on things. But the way it's supposed to work is the sword is supposed to be the best source of attack XP. So if you're trying to build attack XP, you would equip something that does stabbing and then run the attack style of stabbing, because the max hit is what so if I'm trying to do stab with this axe, I'm only going to hit for 40. If I do it for this one, it's hitting for 48. 48 is going to give me more XP than 40 will, so that's why you want to follow with the correct weapon. Now, yeah, it's more noticeable later on. You can use the wrong weapon for the wrong attack style. Like, for instance, say you have one of the god swords, but you have like some crappy dragon, or you have the god sword, but you have the dragon axe or whatever. Well, the dragon axe is more for slashing, but the god sword will still outperform it and give you more XP. So even though it's the wrong thing for slashing, um, that you want to try to match the weapon you're using for the style. That's only for the melee stuff because of the way it works. And further from that, on ranged and magic, you can also oh, because I don't have it equipped. I would have to go back and put on this. If I equip this on here, now with magic, you'll notice that I have a defensive option. You can run this with the defense. The problem is it's actually splitting the XP from magic, and it's splitting the magic XP you would get to magic and defense. So you're not getting the full into either one. Now, I have used this from time to time every once in a while because I'm lagging behind on defense for some reason, so I'll just throw like magic on and let it run. But you actually split the XP, so that's not a good thing. And the same thing goes with ranged. I just don't have a ranged weapon to throw on. But you're not leveling just defense. Like if you do melee and select that option, you are only leveling defense. You're not leveling anything else. But if you're in ranged or magic, it does split it. All right, let's try this dungeon again. We have 1% damage reduction. This actually does have damage reduction. Steel though. Ooh, crap. Nope. We need the fast healing stuff. All right, can we do it? If not, I don't know what to do. Maybe get more food. Oh, RuneScape does the same thing. Yeah, see, I played RuneScape 3 for a little while, put a few hundred hours into that, and then I kind of got sidetracked by Path of Exile, and it's just been a total sidetrack ever since. Yeah, hopefully we can get past the first dungeon. That'd be great. Day one. I don't know why we can't, but I don't know. Oh. We do have other spells we can use, though. That hits for a lot more damage, too. But I got to connect. Why are we at 53%? How did we actually go down? I don't understand. Is it because the melee... Oh, you know what? I wonder if the melee stuff is given a penalty. I can't remember if that applies. Something says yes. I liked RuneScape 3. I enjoyed it a lot. I wanted to play old school. There's just not enough time in the day to do everything. I wanted to play old school. The thing I didn't like about old school is the graphics kind of sucked, and then I found out about RuneLite where you can get the HD mod, and I thought that looks awesome. That really piqued my interest, but I'd already invested a lot into RuneScape 3, and what RuneScape 3 reminds me of is Final Fantasy 14. The UI and the way you can adjust everything. I mean, it's not the same game, but it just reminded me so much of Final Fantasy 14. I love Final Fantasy 14. I spent about a year or two playing that. All right, come on. We got to have 71. Why is this worse? All right, you know what? What can we do here? We can go into rune crafting and see what is available. Staff of Earth is available. Oh, RuneScape 3, yeah. Yeah, I know. I know there's two different kinds, and there's like a huge contention over. I mean, it is what it is. Let's go back to mining for a second. Spend a little bit. Hey, we got an ancient relic. +1 coal per ore mined. So I now all of a sudden have to get coal. Oh, they have a lot of these too. It just dawned on me. There's one for every one of these skills, and they have one for combat too. Oh, yeah, okay. So there's 6 of these for every one of these skills. Good God, that's a lot. Well, apparently I'm starting to collect coal. All right, there we go. Better move that before I sell it. Better move that before I sell it. Um, yeah, I really liked RuneScape 3. I didn't get into any of the bossing of it. I was working on all the non combat stuff for the most part. It kind of bummed me out because there's all the when you get your yearly subscription. I did it for the 1 year, and when you get the yearly subscription, they give you all the treasure hunter stuff, and you get all those free lamps and everything. I lamped into a whole bunch of stuff, so I skipped like all the early levels of learning skills, and that's where you like learn how to do the skill. So there was a lot of things that I just kind of glossed over. I mean, skipping the first 10 levels or 20 levels is probably not a big deal, but at some point you need to actually work on the skill and learn how to train it and what works and stuff. And um, I don't know. It just, I wished I didn't lamp into everything except construction. Construction sucked. I don't know about debuffs. Yeah, okay. So you take a negative 30 attack bonus for magic when you equip this right there. It's like right in there. Defense bonus and everything. Okay, so that's a good idea. It's just not going to work with that. But, well, it's still just damage reduction. That might help on the melee side. So the interesting thing about, as I understand it, yeah, you don't want to equip the wrong thing on the wrong side. It hurts you. So the way I understand the difference between old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3 is I know they're like basically completely separate games that are identical. Uh yeah, I don't know why I'm not hitting very well. I'm gonna try to do is we're gonna work on getting, say, the Staff of Earth. This is gonna do a little bit better. It should have a little better accuracy on it. Nah, it's actually the same. Doesn't do anything. But the spells hit harder. I just have to actually connect and do something. Um, does any of this add accuracy? No, it's all the same. Yeah, well, so with the gear, like if you use this correctly, you would put it on. It would actually give you melee strength bonuses and some defense. So a little damage avoidance along with damage reduction. So in theory, it helps out, but it's in practice, it's not helping magic. I forgot about that. But from what I understand, the difference between old school RuneScape and RuneScape is like you might have the same exact quests that might be called the same thing, but they go totally different paths and they do different things. There are a lot of similar things about. I mean, obviously, a lot of the skills are similar, but RuneScape 3 has archaeology, and I love archaeology. I love the skill we got here in cartography and stuff like that. I think those are really cool skills, and RuneScape 3 has that. I think that is awesome. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm not hitting 70% chance, and I miss every time. What the hell's wrong with that? I don't understand. It makes zero sense, but whatever. Sometimes this game sucks. Uh, thieving, if you have a 95% thieving rate and you miss every time and you're constantly stunned, that is rough. Or every other time. It's like, what does 95% mean? What does 95% really mean? Because it doesn't mean what I think it means. Yeah, I loved archaeology in RuneScape. I think that was fantastic. Necromancy came out. I didn't even bother checking it out. And then they had the here, what, week or two ago, they had the double XP event. And I noticed with that season pass thing that they tried floating along for a little bit, it had get to like level 40 or something in Necromancy. So with the double XP event, I did. The what I think a good chance to hit in this game or a good chance to succeed in is not what the game thinks is a good chance to succeed, because 75% or 95% or 99% is not always in my favor like it should be. I feel like if you're on this north side of 50, that you should be more often than not doing things, and it always feels worse. What's kind of interesting is starting off in this game in Melvor and then transitioning over to RuneScape, because what you would just go do here is like a whole ordeal in RuneScape. Like if I wanted to go mine essence, rune essence, well now I gotta go over to some town and then go find some mage guy to teleport me off into some other thing. And then I can go mine up some essence, but I can only mine up the essence that fits in my inventory. Then I go teleport back to town, drop it off, go back, find the old dude, teleport over. Like it's a total process to go get rune essence. And I just go click on it here and it just gives me rune essence and stocks up. Yeah, I know the percentage is kind of crazy. Yeah, I was trying to play RuneScape more as Iron Man. I should have just started as Iron Man. I didn't know what it meant. But then again, I got around some quests. There were some really stupid things you have to buy for some of the early quests, or some of the things you have to craft or build or go get. I just went and bought it off the GE. I mostly played, or yeah, killing off mobs and stuff. I don't know. There's so, and then there's 20 years of Renaissance in old school or in um, RuneScape 3. No, I don't think it stacks. It like filled up every one of the slots in my thing, and it just quit. It would minus then quit. I think they've had. I think there's like essence pouches and stuff you can get. I don't know. I didn't get very far. Uh, I did a little bit of that, and I'm like, all right, this kind of sucks, and then I quit. What RuneScape is great for, and I assume this is why, like, I've seen so many people that talk about being in college with RuneScape sitting on their side screen. I didn't find out about RuneScape until after, well, I knew somebody that played it years, 5 or 10 years ago, probably about 10 years ago, but I knew they played it and I knew it existed, and that's about the extent of it. I had never played it. So I actually started playing it, I don't know, a year ago, I think. I checked it out at one point. I think this, yeah, because this is my first year of subscription. So this is the first year that I've actually played. Oh, runes, yeah, essence. I'm talking about essence. Essence, essence mining sucks, but the runes, yeah, nice big fat stack of runes is awesome. Yeah. Uh, as a side screen game, RuneCraft or RuneScape is awesome. You go sit and chop trees, you just kind of glance over. The thing that sucked is RuneScape 3 had such a shitty logout timer that 5 minutes was terrible. And now they've bumped it up to what, 10 or 15 or whatever. It's much better. You can go take a dump and come back and you're not logged out. It's so much better now. Yeah, even but the efficiency stuff is kind of fun. Like I enjoyed, some of it. You can ruin this game with efficiency and stuff too if you want. Like I remember when we first got when we first got Melvor into early access, I think there was people that were trying to figure out what skill order and everything you had to go into to make the game as fast as possible to where you could be done in a few months or something like that. Like they were spreadsheet warrioring out how all the skills worked so that you could try to go through as quick as possible. But yeah, yeah. I just wish I had more time to. The biggest problem that I have with RuneScape 3 is a beautiful game on a widescreen monitor when you've got all your UI set up. Then you turn that on onto your laptop and it's all scrunched down and you got to reorganize everything. I know I can load a different menu and all that. Then I have the Steam Deck, and I thought it would be fantastic to play on the Steam Deck, except the Steam Deck takes the desktop UI and smashes it down onto that little screen. And you can play it on your mobile phone with a totally different UI, but for some reason they won't port that UI to the Steam Deck. It's kind of stupid. Um, oh, I'm sure people, I'm sure people went through a lot of bonds with that. And there is a little bit. I think there is some item doubling and stuff. I think there is some things in RuneScape, but like you got to go out of your way to find it. I don't think it's as easy. Like there's not a straight up. Here's the double item thing. Well, actually, with Fort for Entry, they've added a lot. Well, RuneScape 3, I should say RuneScape 3. With Fort for Entry, they've added a lot of stuff. I was working on fletching, um, and it'll sometimes give you a completed item, or it'll throw an extra one in, or it'll leave a log in your inventory and stuff. So there is some of it. It's not as good. It's not nearly like what Melvor has. But RuneScape is a completely different experience. If you were to, Melvor is like what if you just completely boiled it down into, yes, the spirits and stuff. If you completely boiled RuneScape into its most basic form, that's what Melvor is. Yeah, every once in a while, I know in RuneScape 3, it would throw an ingot into your storage. Like if you were out there smithing it up, it would say, "Oh, you've got gained an extra ingot," and it's thrown into your storage box. So yeah, it does that. I don't know about old school, but RS3 does. Yeah, my sub was coming up. I think here on the 8th. I just went ahead and canceled it. I just don't have the time to play RuneScape right now. I'll come back to it at some point. I really was when I subbed for it. I really planned on playing that. I was going to have like that as my MMO. I was looking for a game that I could just sit back and relax and play for a while, and just over time I kept reading all these stories about the 20-year history of it and people that have been playing it for 10 years. Like if the game's around for 10 years, like it's going to be around for a while longer, I would hope. But um it just there's so much cool things you can do in that game. And there's so much history in it, so many quests. The quests were cool. There were some really shitty quests that I didn't like, but there was a lot of really good quests too. Which that'd be kind of cool if they had something like that in Melvor, some kind of questing thing. I don't know how they do it, but with the advent of cartography and the mapping system and all the stuff that is in here, like having a map and where you can go click on stuff, I would love to see, like we were talking about Township 2.0 and maybe fighting other towns or something. It'd be kind of cool now that they've got this mapping thing in here, not just like finding stuff, but like you could play I don't know, Battleship or something like that, where you put your town's stuff over here and somebody puts their stuff over there and you combat and stuff. That'd be kind of cool. Or some modder gets a hold of this and does something cool with mapping. I think with the ability to do the mapping, there's a lot of avenues for some cool stuff that could be done. I'm just waiting to see what gets done with it. Hopefully something. Township is not what you think it is. It's basically this. Township is just this. That's it. You go and you build buildings and you wait for your population to build up, and then eventually you level up. So like I'm level 1 right now. I'm still level 1. Yeah. Yeah, the tasks. Yeah, true. We do have these tasks. So you go collect this stuff. I'm just thinking more along the lines of a story arc. Like you get something that says, "Oh, so and so needs you to collect, I don't know, uh we're going to war. We need bronze swords." And you go make a bunch of bronze swords and give it to them or something like that. But the casual tasks really are kind of that because they have some stupid things like you got to go use some weird weapon to kill some monster or something 20 times. So they I guess they do have that, really. And then the seasons, yeah, they do have different seasons. But yeah. All right, what do we got here for rune crafting? What was I going to do? So the staves don't really do anything. I was hoping they had a different bonus, but they are the same bonus as what I got. The gear doesn't change, but I do want... Let's go on a water rune kick here. Yeah, the township stuff now is more... I don't know. It's kind of just whatever. You just go click on something, you add some stuff here and there. It's not what it used to be. Why am I not? Do I need to get mining? Oh, let's get a miner's pit going. Yeah, there are, there has been a few of those. There has been a few of these casual tasks that I've had to look at twice. I'm like, did they really just say what they said? Like, you got to go kill some boss monster with the very first weapon you get or something stupid. It's kind of funny. Higher spells, higher chance of attack, or just more damage. Kind of both. So as you level up, you get the better chance to hit and stuff like that. Really, I think the if I look at this, if I go into the spell book, I am going from this is max hit of 22, 71. So my max hit is going up. I still have the same piss poor chance of 71%, but my max hit goes up. So really, this is only doing 22 damage. If I start using water magic, I could hit for 51. If I use earth magic, which is going to need, well, just the earth, then that's 79. And that only uses one. I guess what I really should do is do earth then. I can't do fire. Fire runes don't come up until 14. I have to hit. But when I hit harder. So in theory, if I only have 28 of these shrimp left. So if I'm going to attempt this, I should be attempting it with the best thing that could hit the hardest. Ideally, I'd have more prayer points too. Oh, I can't see what level 10 prayer does. Level 10, yeah, there's nothing. It's all melee and ranged. So Mystic Will doesn't even come up until level 12. Oh. I'm going to stream until I get through this damn dungeon. I had no concept of how long I was going to be on today. I figured I would go for, we've gone 3 hours now. That's kind of about where I had in mind. But I am getting through this dungeon first. So I'm not going to quit until I get through this dungeon. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to figure something out. So 4 a.m. in Amsterdam, that's early or late. Very late or very, very early, depending on where you're at. But we're going to try and kill this chicken. If this doesn't happen, our food sources are very limited because you don't get anything cooked here. You don't get anything from those guys. The Sandy Shores is nothing cooked. I don't think you get any food from the wet forest. You get sharks. So if we can kill those things, there's sharks. I honestly don't know what I'm going to overnight. Maybe rune crafting is the. I'm sorry, mining. Maybe mining up rune essence is the play for overnight because then I can come back in. We're going to be needing a lot of runes, so maybe that's the way to do it. Level 15 town. I mean, I could let this sit for a couple days until I have level 15 township and start getting the trading post opened. Could do that game. I don't know that that's necessarily the way. Oh, farming. Yeah, I'd need to get some seeds. And we can unlock these, I suppose. How much money we got? Nothing. I just spent all my money. That was stupid. Like, you can plant potatoes and stuff, but you got to get the potato seeds. And the downside is you're stuck at these levels. So if you leave it set, you don't have auto eat, and you're not going to auto heal past it. Like, I almost died to the plant a few times because of level 10. Trading post is probably expensive, but it's also level 15, and I'm only level 1. That's going to be a long ride to 15 for that. That'll probably be a couple of days, I think. You know what? We should have enough to try this. Yep, should have enough. I don't think we can do. Oh, we can do a curse. No auroras yet. How much of this do I have? Oh, only 12. So not really. All right. I'll wait for the big chicken. No, I don't have. If I put the melee one, I lose a lot of accuracy. So I can't put the melee top on. I no gloves, no top. That's it. This crap is all I got. Oh, and I ran out of those things too doing combat. I should have unequipped those. I forgot about that. Ah, oh well. All right, 71% chance, and I get whacked hard. But I did get a hit and a miss. You can't craft the top until level 12. So even if I wanted to, I just can't. I have to get past this dungeon first. Oh, yeah. We're going to run out of food. Be nice if we'd hit for 69. There's 67. Getting there. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Don't miss. There's one more. Come on. Come on. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Ah. Sweet. So I always hate when that blinks like that because you never know if you just died or if you got through the dungeon because then it has to pop up that thing. All right, we are through. Good deal. Switch over to that, heal up a little bit. All right, now what? Now what do we got to do? Bank is full. Got no more room in here. And we got a food box. Got the egg chest. Man, I can't. 100 sardines in the township. Oh, yeah. All right, I need to get rid of some stuff. Let's get rid of that. Sweet. All right, we've made progress. You know what? I didn't. Wanted to click on that. I can clear up bank space right there. All right, now we got to figure out what happens. Chicken, we can just get rid of. This thing here, I will lock that so I don't lose it. Got some bread. We're rolling now. Equip that, get it out of the inventory. We've got this. Maybe I didn't. Oh, no, I got another set of those. All right, let's sell all that. You know, I didn't even click on the food crate. I just opened it. I'm assuming, I should have clicked on the thing to see what it did. Oh, okay. So we leveled up to 15. Level increase available. What do I pick one? Well, I guess I picked that. Oh, good thing I picked that one. Let's do prayer. Ooh. I think we're going to get prayer before we'll get township. Well, just going to keep giving me the same options. We'll do astrology. Oh, okay. So we can do astrology. And maybe I'll let astrology go overnight. I think that just made my decision for me. That seems like what I'll do. Oh, we need to go to township and tasks. I don't have a task to turn in. I thought killing the chicken got you a task. Well, killing chickens does. I can't turn in those. I thought getting through the dungeon got you one. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, 25 times. All right. Well, we're not there yet. Recommended Slayer level. So, into the mist. Impending darkness is the one. Does Slayer level matter for Into the Mist? I think it's just combat style. I don't think the Slayer matters. I think Slayer matters when you get into Impending Darkness because you have to go through Slayer areas. Yeah, so apparently when you finish the dungeon, it just gives you a choice of two skills and you can keep going with one skill. It just randomly picks two different skills to go forward with. I think that's pretty cool. I like that. This is kind of fun. Um, and yeah, once you do get to level 99, you get the 99 skill cape, which helps the area negation. But does Into the Mist have? I don't think Into the Mist has any area to negate, does it? It's Impending Darkness that does. You do get Slayer monsters that come from Into the Mist, but I don't think you have to worry about the Slayer area. What you're more worried about there is like damage reduction and diamond luck potions and stuff like that. Which, if you've got agility far enough, we've got that thing in agility to let you roll twice. We could be doing anything right now. Let's do agility. Make me some money. You know what? I should try to figure out how to make this. I need to buy. Oh, I need more of those daggers. Can we do more daggers? No. And I don't think I have. Nope. I'd have to mine that up and smith it. That would get us started with summoning, though. Fastest way to level up Slayer is just do Slayer tasks. Just let that rip. If you have the Slayer gear, you want to be upgraded on the most. Oh, I see. I got you. You're not at level. All right. I get you. You want to make sure you've got the Slayer gear on and is upgraded to the best because you're going to get extra Slayer XP for each piece of gear that you have on. Now, obviously, you're going to want to use the melee helmet and plate body for melee, the ranged one, and the magic set for magic. But as you use these give you extra XP, and then you upgrade them. So once you've done enough Slayer tasks, uh, basically you just come over here and start new task, and whatever it offers, you want to do the most difficult task that you can. So if you're only at level 75 Slayer or 76, 77, you're not going to be able to click this 85 tier. You're only going to be at 75. So you would run the most difficult ones. You can absolutely go into a Slayer area and idle on a monster and get Slayer XP. You will not get as much as you get for doing the Slayer task. Well, the Slayer tasks give you the bonus of the Slayer coin, which lets you buy stuff, but you can still get XP from Slayer areas. You can't equip Slayer gear and get XP from combat areas or dungeons. You can't get the Slayer XP from the dungeons or the combat areas, but with Slayer gear equipped, you do get more bonus XP from Slayer areas. I always try to tie Slayer tasks in because as you complete the Slayer tasks, it lets you upgrade the Slayer gear. Like there's a whole bunch of, yeah, what if you're doing it, you're doing it. Yeah, no, that's kind of it. There is, this is on agility. We'll come back to this in a second. I gotta go to my other account. It's too restrictive to try to talk about something when I can't look at items. The Slayer task doesn't give you XP itself. What you're doing is like, so if I go and do a master task or whatever, you have to complete so many Slayer tasks of normal in order to upgrade to the hard gear. And then you have to complete so many hard tasks. It's like 20 or 30 and then 30 or 40. It just keeps going up as you go. But you can't upgrade the Slayer gear you can't buy the Slayer tokens, I guess is what I should say, how I should say this. These Slayer tokens you can only purchase after you've completed so many of the Slayer tasks. So until you've completed enough Slayer tasks of the appropriate tier, you can't upgrade the gear. As you upgrade the gear, they get more XP bonuses. What do I have in here? That's over here. So the fully upgraded, well, here's the basic one. The basic one gives you 5% Slayer skill XP. The fully upgraded mythical one gives you 50% Slayer skill XP. So you want to upgrade these as you go because you're going to get more XP as you go. And then you get other options like Slayer negation gets better. You start getting the ability to get stuff in thieving. So there's a lot of reasons for that if you have this gear equipped. Now on the ring side, if you go in and get the Hunter ring, this also gives you Slayer skill XP and Slayer negation. That comes from Perilous Peaks. That is the Hunting Greater Dragon. That gives you those Hunter's rings. I think they're in township tasks. I think there might be a Hunter's ring in there. I've got them all done, so I don't see them anymore. Yeah, I'm already done with all of it, so I don't see it. But that gives you XP. The other thing to keep in consideration is, do I have that in my handy dandy notebook? I do. So obstacle 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then if you've got the 5, 8, 9 for the base game, and then 10, 11, 14, and 15 for the Throne of the Herald expansion. All of those help out Slayer in some way. So obstacle 5, 10% Slayer coin, Slayer task. The thing you lose is Slayer skill XP, so you probably wouldn't want that one. Obstacle 8. Not all of them have negatives though. This one does Slayer damage to damage to Slayer monsters, but you take a negative on Slayer coin. What did I say? 5, 8, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 9. Some of these I should already have. Where's the one on here? This one gives you 10% Slayer coin and 5% Slayer skill XP. Obstacle 10. This one gives you Slayer skill or Slayer coin. And so those there. And I think that also goes for, what was I looking for? If you have this global skill XP negative, like on obstacle 7, you want to make sure that one, what's up, Cage? You want to make sure you don't have that because that will negatively affect Slayer skill. You also can take any of these obstacles. I don't remember where they are. Mastery doesn't apply, but like this one, you get +5 global skill XP. That also applies to Slayer skill because it's global skill XP. So, what's up, Austin? So basically, you want to have as many. Let's see. There is Slayer down here in astrology. There's Slayer skill XP boost here. There is the Slayer XP boost and global skill XP boosts that are in agility. And then there's the different gear you can get. So there's a lot of different ways you can boost your Slayer. If you're not boosting all of those, you might want to try to work on all those. Agility, you just let run overnight. Yeah, do it when you sleep. That's the best answer. Let it roll overnight and come back the next day. The thing that I like about like agility and stuff like that, I'm only level 10. I guess I'm done there. I guess it's astrology I can do. So the boring skills that you don't care about, yeah, just throw that crap on overnight. If you got to go on a trip or something, or you're going to be out for a while, just throw it on some skill you don't like. That's the best use for those of time, is just let it run on when you've got downtime and you're not playing, downtime from playing, just let it run on something you don't care about and let that go off in the distance. Astrology is a painful grind early on too, because it takes forever. You can actually level up a very brand new standard character. You can level it all the way up to 90 or 120 and get all the masteries and stuff without any of the rings and all that benefit and stuff. It sucks. I think it took a week to get most of it done, or 2. It was bad. But once you start getting all like from fishing, once you get the ring of skilling ring and all that stuff, it goes much faster. But you get into agility, it goes faster. You start getting your summoning tablets that speed it up. Everything goes faster. Yeah, but yeah, some of these are brutal to go slow with, or brutally slow, I should say. Now, the interesting thing is the next dungeon we're going to attack is going to be the Undead Graveyard. So wait a minute, I get a food box every time I complete that dungeon? That's what it looks like. So when we get level 15, that's going to be much easier to kill that. The Undead Graveyard. Undead Graveyard's kind of tough, but with leveled up magic, that'd be cool. Oh, the Undead Graveyard's going to be tough. Undead Graveyard's a little bit tough for now. It's unfortunate I didn't get a chance to level up agility any. If I could have leveled up agility like they were offering astrology to like level 40 or something, I'd have let this go on all night and I'd have tried making money off of it. Oh yeah, I watched that live stream. I got a video up about the live stream. For Path of Exile, yeah, I watched it. I was disappointed. I actually got bummed out because they took Metamorph out. I'm kind of pissed. I can't wait for this new league. It's going to be great. I don't have 50 grand to buy this, but there's not really anything here I can do. Path of Exile has become, how you say, an addiction. It's the right level of complexity. Well, there's so much there that it's overwhelming. Yeah, I know. Nobody likes Metamorph, and I understand why they took Metamorph out. They explained it in the Q&A. Um, they went into it's difficult to program because every time they add another monster in the game, they have to go, or a boss or whatever, wherever you get the brains and stuff from, they have to go and tweak that thing and add stuff to it. So it's a maintenance hazard. A lot of people don't play it and don't like it. And then you've got, um, it's kind of, you sit in a room and kill a monster. Like even if you get it out in the arenas and all that, the levels you're trying to go, it's still kind of boring. You're just beating on a monster and it's like, whatever. I understand why they took it out, but as a horror fan, I love the whole Frankenstein concept. I love Tane or Ton, however you're supposed to say him. I loved him. I thought he was funny. Um, you don't have to get into Path of Exile. It's an acquired, probably an acquired taste. Oh yeah, I've seen a few people that said that they didn't like or their computer's not good enough to play Path of Exile, and it's not that demanding of a game, but you don't have a PC, you don't have a PC. It does it makes my PC fans squeal a little bit here and there. I'm not I'm bummed that they took Metamorph out. I appreciate why they did, and we're getting Ultimatum, which everybody wants Ultimatum, so oh yeah. Beyond is great. Blight, not Blight, Breach. Breach and Beyond and Abyss. Oh yeah, they got some good horror themes going in there. They've got some really cool stuff, and some of the levels they have with all the dead bodies and blood and stuff laying all over the place, or the Lunaris Temple level 2 where you got people screaming in the background. That's just great. So the first time I tried Path of Exile, I played it for like 20 minutes. I kind of bounced off of it, and that was like in 2019. That I played it right. Friends of mine and I were playing Wolcen, and we moved right into Path of Exile right after it. Somebody wanted to try it, and I was done with ARPGs at that moment. I wanted to get on and play something else, so I didn't really play much Path of Exile at that point. So when Diablo 4 came out, I was excited to play it, but then Diablo 4, it was I didn't buy it when it came out, but I was super excited to play an ARPG, and I kept seeing people talk about Path of Exile, and I'm like, all right, it's time to try it. So I really gave it a shot, and I moved into it. So I was sitting there playing Path of Exile one day, and the first time this happened, I thought something was broke with my computer. I had no idea. They actually tone the graphics down when you're playing and blur everything over. There was so much stuff on the screen that it just all started blurring over. And I thought I was going blind, or I thought my monitor was breaking. I had no idea what was going on. But if you juice your maps up enough, there's tons of stuff on the screen. And it actually just kind of blurs over until all that passes. I think it was on a Blight map where I had all the different things going, which is like the little tower defense mode. And it like just covered the screen with all these monsters, and I'm like, oh my god, there's all these effects going on, and you've got monster death effects. Like you can actually equip microtransactions that have like dragons and stuff flying over and burning the monsters. So all that's going on with all the monsters and all the AoEs and everything going off. Like it was crazy. Oh man. And it just blurred right on over. I guess it's to help your if I have that fan going, I can't and hear headphones on, I don't hear my PC. But sometimes I'll take my headphones off and play without them, and I'll hear that fan just down there screaming. Um, oh man, I spent this league. I spent a lot of time going through all the different mechanics, and I tried as much as I could. I still don't care for heist all. I haven't tried heist all that much. I just didn't care for it. I kind of gave Sanctum a pass. Trial of the Ancestors, I gave a pass to. I didn't mess with those much. Legion, I did not play very much until Legion. I didn't put up enough numbers until the very end, and that's where you get that 5-socket map device out of. So I didn't find that out until way late. Otherwise, I'd have spec'd into that earlier. I spec'd into Breach for a while. I enjoyed that. I spec'd into Metamorph for a while. Delve. I love Delve. Delve, I think, is a lot of fun. There's just so many cool things and so many different mechanics that are awesome. And the bossing, like, there's just so much cool stuff. Yeah, so I've noticed that they blur the screen over a lot more now. I don't know if it's with Total League or one of the patches that came up, but I feel like they blur it out far more now than they did earlier. Yeah, I played Righteous Fire. I'm switching to Bone Shatter for this next league. I don't think the Righteous Fire build is going to last. So, um, what's kind of crazy is my experience with ARPGs is stuff like Diablo, Diablo 2, Grim Dawn. Uh, well, I've got Last Epoch, but I haven't really played it. But stuff like that. There was I can't remember the name of it, but there was some indie guy from Singapore developing an ARPG. I don't remember the name of it, but he's kind of dropped off the face of the earth right before COVID. Uh, I think during COVID, he had to get a different job or something like that. So I don't know. I've played a lot of different ARPGs, but you basically play through the campaign and you're done. Now, I played Diablo and Diablo 2 a lot. Diablo 3 I played through once and that was it. Grim Dawn I played through once and that was it. I kind of got the story and all that. What's different with Path of Exile, though, is the fact that they have leagues that constantly start over. And it's not kind of some boring, crappy league where, uh, like ladders and stuff. I never really cared for ladders in Diablo 2 or 3 or whatever. They always seemed pointless to me. Um, it didn't really change anything. It was just where you fit on the tree or whatever, competing against other people, as far as I know. But with Path of Exile, like they completely revamped the entire game, and oh yeah, Grim Dawn has a lot of DLC. Grim Dawn has two or three DLCs right now, with another one coming. And I'm kind of surprised they're still working on the game, to be honest with you. I figured Grim Dawn 2 would be out. But the thing that makes Grim Dawn, and I've just not taken the time to get into it, is the modding community. Holy cow. If you look at, yeah, it's got, is it two or three? I thought there were three expansions for Grim Dawn. Maybe it's the third one coming. I can't remember. Um, but man, I looked at some of the mods they had for Grim Dawn, and it is amazing. Yeah, I have not played Grim Dawn since that patch that came out. I wouldn't call this money milking it though. It's not like they come out with a new DLC every 6 months or something. Like the last DLC was a few years ago. Um, take care, Austin. But man, Grim Dawn, it's just got such a killer modding community. Somebody modded it. What's it called? Somebody actually modded in like the original Diablo. It's more of a linear game, but they just modded the entire thing into it. I thought that was phenomenal. I never played it, but I thought it was really cool. Can we do anything in here yet? Ooh, hey, what did I just get? 25% mastery pool cap XP. Wait, really? Did it do what I think it did? Oh, that's cool if that does. I just hit 20, so I got the one for 20. Okay. So if this does what I think it does, plus 25% mastery pool XP cap, that means, if I'm reading this correctly, that this mastery pool can now go 25% over 100. So I can go 125%. That is awesome, because there's a lot of skills that their 95% is so close to the edge that if you go to sleep at night, you wake up in the morning, you've wasted a lot because it's hit that 100% cap. That's awesome. I think so. I think that's an upgrade for everything. It just says 25% mastery pool XP cap. And because it's coming off of astrology, which benefits every skill, I'm going to guess that's it. Locate all range relics to all modifiers and a completed are doubled. Oh, yeah. We have a winner for letting this run overnight. Well, up until 25. I don't have enough of this stuff to even add a hidden attack level. So what that cap does, no. So 10 the mastery pool XP is kind of weird. This took me a long time to figure out, but once I understood it, I'm like, okay, I got it. But it took a while to get there. So the mastery pool XP for, we'll just use this one for an example. This one goes to 10 million. 100% of that mastery pool XP is 10 million. So it doesn't matter whether you're at 95% of, the 95% is taken of the 10 million. But that extra 25% is how much XP you can get above and beyond that. So the 95% is only 95% of 10 million, but you can add an additional 25% on top of that. So it's a huge buff. Like I said, when you go to bed at night, if you're on, say, one of these skills that has a butt ton of stuff in it, like crafting, you'll generate a lot of mastery pool XP overnight, and you'll go from 95 to 100% very quickly. But then you run out of buffer. You have no more room, so you're losing everything that's added beyond that. With that 25% XP bonus, you'll go to 100% and then just keep going. So you can let it, if you forget about it for a few hours or a day or half a day or whatever and come back, you've got all that extra bump. It's just an extra bump at the end that, and your superior skill capes and stuff like that. And there's like a pet that gives you that, gives you a huge bump to the end of it. So what you end up with is, instead of stopping at 100%, it actually goes to 125%, and then you could spend that mastery pool down in this part here and use more. So you're actually saving XP and spending more XP than you would have lost, if that makes sense. If all that makes sense. The mastery things, it's kind of awkward to explain, but yeah, it's a nice buff, really nice buff. Man, they do have some really nice relics. I did not realize I thought you're going to find a couple of relics or whatever. I didn't realize there were 6 relics for every single skill. Apparently Slayer has one too. Yeah, there's some for Slayer. Bypass all Slayer area item requirements. Ooh, okay. I need to pay attention to what are in these then. One stack of rage to self per attack turn. Ooh. Oh, we are going to have some fun later. Like, these are seriously good. These are seriously strong. I mean, that's way late in the game. You have to have all these other relics in there, but man, minus 30% damage taken during stun, freeze, or crystallize, which stun is minus 30. Freeze is minus 20. Yeah. Yeah. This is huge. 10% range critical hit chance. Ranged hits hard if you get a good crit on. Start the fight with 100% magic critical hit chance, which decreases as the fight goes on. That's awesome. Plus 5% chance to apply decay curse with prayer. Nice. Now we looked at the Slayer one already. Plus 1. Oh, get out. You can cut 3 trees. Haha. So why don't we have these relics in the regular game then? I know, it's probably made for this mode. 100% chance to gain 1 cooked version of a fish when fishing. That is serious. 5% chance to apply burn when attacking, and that's global no matter what you're doing. So well worth getting all those for fire making because that'll go far. 10% life steal. Oh, the end game is not going to be that hard. 690 mining node hit points. Okay, that'll leave a mark. Minus 100% coal costs. All right, now we're talking. Of course, that's way late game too. Thieving chance, yeah, that's probably big, but that's a way late one. 100% farming yield, that'll be nice. Plus 10% chance to preserve resources in skills. It says skills. It doesn't say fletching. Fishing comes back after you beat, is it Impending Darkness? I think. Fishing's going to be gone for a while. It's going to be a serious commitment to get back through that. 90%, yeah, that's all right for crafting. Earn crafting plus 4 base quantity received from essence nodes in mining. All right, that's kind of cool. Herblores plus 2 potions created. Okay. Agility. Remove all debuffs from the agility obstacles. Remove all debuffs. That is insane. Because you get the debuffs cut in half. If you're flat out removing them, that like buffs agility greatly. Wow. All summoning synergies are unlocked. Well, we'll probably have all those unlocked by the time we get this. All modifiers in a completed astrology constellation are doubled. That's huge too. Township health no longer degrades. Okay. Cartography, yeah, whatever. Archaeology. Without fishing, how's the best to get prayer points? Well, you've got a lot of options actually. And I'm going to swap out to my standard character. So fishing is not necessarily the best way to get prayer points in the first place. It's a good option for certain because you can get the raw skeleton fish. I don't think there was anything else. I don't think there's another way of getting it. I think it's just raw skeleton fish in there. But if you've got a lot of Slayer coin, one good option is to go and buy these resupplies, depending on what level you've got. If you buy one, you get magic bones. Magic bones translate to a lot of prayer points. I think what do they translate over as? I don't even know if I have any in my inventory. I think I've already used them. I do. So magic bones are 10 prayer points each. So this stack of 171,000 is 1.7 million. And infernal bones are new. Those are at 14. I don't usually use dragon bones. And now they've added, if you've got the Atlas of Discovery expansion, we've got some other bones that came in. Holy Dust in here is good. So Holy Dust, now we were talking earlier about stuff you could do with alt magic. You can create Holy Dust from alt magic. So if you need to level up magic or if you've got the ability to do it, this is good. Urns are great. Urns are a great source. Holy Invocation 3 down here. So you get these things. They take a little bit of work. Like Blessed Offering is real easy to get into. You can also create bones from Bone Offering, which if you need bones for Herblore, there's a good easy way to get them there. You've got Blessed Offerings here. You've got these urns up here. The Slayer packs in here. Yeah, if you have magic unlocked, you can use the magic thing to get it. Even if you have Slayer coin, you can come in here and buy these packs and go with magic bones. Like you can get a lot of magic bones that if you're doing hardcore combat only, that's how you get prayer points right there is buying these things. I think there's some other ways to doing it too. What am I missing? I know I'm missing some other stuff. The Oh, what the hell? The bone thing. This bone necklace. If you get this thing, now this replaces whatever necklace you're wearing, so you would lose the amulet of looting and stuff like that. But if you put this thing on and start killing monsters, it 200% their prayer point value as you go. The ashes from trees. Yeah, I forgot about those too. Wood cutting gets you ashes. Do I have any of that in here? I may not. I may have used those. Or they've been slowly building up in the background. Do I have ashes? I do. So ash gets 2 prayer points each. I mean, they're used in a craft for something else, but if you wanted them, like I've got 2 million, so there's 5.5 million. But I have 293 million prayer points, but that came from urns because those urns transfer at a tremendous rate. Let me see if I can. Do I have any? I do not. I would have to craft them. I don't remember what, but these things, if you can if you can get a stack of those, man, you can get a ton of that. I let that run overnight because I was working on crafting mastery, so I just let these things go. I have more prayer points than I will ever use, possibly. I think I'm still missing another. I think there's something else. Maybe not. I feel like there's another way you can generate prayer points, though. There's a Herblore. Herblore's got one. I ran that a lot too. What is that? Come on, which one is it? It's a combat potion. I'm on the wrong page. Holy Bulwark. 1% of all damage taken is added as prayer points, and that really shot this up too. Between the urns and this, you throw this on combat, like you get this Holy Bulwark. This came from the Throne of the Herald expansion. You put this thing on in combat, whatever you're killing, you will generate prayer points. And if you're fighting, especially stuff like in these, if you're fighting these dragons that just breathe fire all the time, you're constantly getting prayer points back. So that's a huge one if you've got Herblore upgraded. Herblore leveled up to that, and with the tier 4s, like you get tons of prayer points from it. So yeah, and that kind of combines with that necklace, that bone necklace, because you would be taking damage and generating prayer points, and then you would bury the bones with this bone necklace and get more with it. And I swear they've added more. I feel like the Atlas of Discovery added something in here. I thought there were a few that added. Does it say? +1 chance to preserve prayer points. No, I thought there was something that actually added prayer points. Maybe not. That's all unholy stuff. Maybe not. I thought there was. Whatever. Adventure mode? So adventure mode is basically standard mode times 10. If I go into this guy here, you're going to notice that everything's multiplied by 10. So if you have 100 hit points in standard mode, you have 1,000 hit points. Like I heal for 5520. I have 11,900 health. If this was in standard mode, it's just 10 down. And then the other thing is you have to pay to unlock every skill. All your non-combat skills are locked. In fact, I think the only thing that's unlocked is basically is it all your melee skills? I think it's your melee skills. Everything else is locked. Melee and HP, I think, are the only ones that are... the times 10 is kind of wonky. The thing you have to be careful of is if you're playing in standard mode and you're playing in adventure mode at the same time, or let me rephrase this. If you're playing in hardcore and adventure mode at the same time, and you don't pay attention to what you're doing, and you're like, I can take this fight, I've got 50,000. No, you really can't. You really can't do that. Yeah, I know they don't do prayer, and I know they don't like ranged, magic, prayer, and slayer are locked out. I wasn't sure if they locked hit points out. I don't think so. I think you actually start with attack, strength, defense, and hit points, and that's it. That's all you start with in adventure mode. And then you have to pay to unlock. But the problem is, it's not just a simple fee. Like I think it might be 10,000 to unlock your first skill. Then it's like 50,000, 200,000, a million, and then it ramps up to what, 5 million or something like that, or 10 million. It ramps up to a pretty decent cost. And the more skills you unlock, the more expensive it gets. But that's the gimmick behind it. That's it. That's it. So once you've unlocked all the skills, you're basically playing at standard mode times 10. So these things, like these greater dragons, they might greater skeletals, they might hit for 20,000 damage or something like that, or whatever. It's kind of weird, but everything is multiplied by 10. So your auto eats times 10, and it really doesn't change anything. It's not like your weapon only does 100 damage, but against 50,000. But you know, it I don't know. Gem gloves are good to start with. I think when I did this adventure account, I started with thieving. Yeah, so this is, yeah, I didn't do full completion on this, but I started with thieving. Once I got it to a point, because when I started this adventure account was after they did the rework on all this, and I think, and thieving really helped out a lot. Or the thieving rework came when I was playing this, something like that. I can't remember. Um, I did agility is not a good moneymaker, but it is a moneymaker. When we first got agility, I think I worked on that and it worked great. But that's when thieving sucked, and then they reworked thieving, and thieving is now a really good moneymaker, and agility is okay. You can make some money off of it, but it's not necessarily as good as thieving. But if agility is the only thing you got, agility is the only thing you got. You just use it. It's still a moneymaker. And as you're going on the way to masteries and all that stuff, it still puts money on the table. So, but yeah, there's so many ways to make money in this game now too. With township kind of becomes a money printer at some point. Not only can you trade stuff out, but you just make gold the entire time as it transfers out. Well, once you get your tax rate going. But that is level 80. Okay, we're not going to be making taxes for a while. That'll suck. Guess I don't need storehouses. What I probably want to do is... Oh, okay. Well, now I'm broke again, but... So once you build 20 houses, you go to the next tier, and you got to build 30 to get to the next tier. All right, I'm on board. I see what's going on. Yeah. Okay. And we are capped out. Yeah. Township builds up in cost fast. And I think they made more penalties on it too. Do I want to take that? I don't think so. Ooh, we can do this one, but I'm level capped. That's fishing, which I can't do anything with fishing. And fire making. So the interesting thing is I could let this run all night. I know it's not going to level up, but it would unlock more of these, and I would be able to spend in for attack skill. Well, the problem is it's not leveling the skill up. Let's see. What do we want to do here? I didn't get a chance to do mining. I guess we'll do mining. Come back and do... That seems like a good plan. So, welcome to the new series. I don't know how I'm going to do videos on this because a lot of this early on is where the big thing to watch is. I probably try to stream a little bit here and there with this. I don't know what we're going to do with this. I haven't really thought that far ahead. Most of the time the series is just, you don't have as many choices to make. Like there's tons of choices to make along the way here. So I don't know. We'll see how this goes. But it's getting on time for me to get off and go to bed. I think I'm going to let this run all night and build up this. The cool thing is it's going to build up the mastery. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do this because Path of Exile has a new league starting on Friday. So I'm going to be playing that, and I need to find time to do updates for this. So I may take some time to stream on this. I got to figure that out. I got to figure out some kind of schedule because I don't want to just try to cobble all of this into a 10-minute video. So, oof, 4 a.m. for you too, huh? Yeah, you guys are in the other side of the universe or other side of the world from me. Um, what else can we do? We can do rune crafting. And that's it. We could do combat. I think I want to let this run on Rune Essence overnight. That way I'll be able to let it run. I think that's what I'm going to do is let it run on Rune Essence tonight. And then tomorrow I'll work on the rune crafting portion for, say, Earth runes or something like that. Let that go. And then we'll try to tackle another dungeon. Try to do the Undead Graveyard. What I need to do is let this chicken coop go a few times. Get some food boxes out of it. Oh, I can click on the food box right there. So we can get plain pizza. Oh, nice. We can get beef and chicken cooked. Cooked beef and chicken. That means one strategy is to get that, to kill off that chicken coop enough times to go in here to easy township tasks and turn these in. That gives log, steel, slayer coin, and oak logs and slayer coin. Yeah. If I could get some holy dust, we could turn that one in. Bronze ingots. Did I miss one? Probably. Oh, they even put the hint on there for getting those potions. Oh. Yeah. I need to do that. Maybe I'll just do that real quick here. I need, we'll do that. Knock that out real fast so I don't forget. I do want to get summoning unlocked. And once I get summoning unlocked, we can do get that tablet going. That's a melee tablet, so we'd have to go into melee, but that's going to level up summoning and get that going. That'll be nice. All right, switch over to that. Yeah, knock that out real quick here. Shouldn't need much. Should have a few. 23, we need 50. And no item preservation, no item doubling or anything like that. That sucks. Although I'm broke and I could be buying the mining gloves for 75,000 that I spent into township. That kind of took that out of the equation. Well, cool. That's a good start. Got through the. I feel like these should be further, though. I feel like I get further. Maybe it's because we do get doubling here and there. Resource preservation. Maybe that makes a lot more of a difference than I think. How much do we got here? Bronze bars, 19. We don't get any doubling, so that is going to be straight up 19. I think I had 23. So that means I need 27. If my math is, there we go. That's 27. Item doubling and item preservation is massive. The amount of stuff you can get Especially when you go like for summoning, when you get into agility and stuff like that, where you can add the tablets to it and all that, it gets crazy numbers. You just need a little bit, a few tablets for something. Boom, you've got 50,000 of them. In an hour. There's been times where I've wanted to go do a dungeon or something, but I run out of something and I just go throw it on there for an hour and ready to go. It's amazing how much of a difference that makes. And like right now, I would be saving some of these or doubling these as the mastery builds up. I'm at level 10, so I'd have 5% chance to obtain 2 items, which I don't get because they axed that for this, which is what it is. I mean, it looks like we're getting some serious. Looks like some of this stuff's pretty nice. So, or the relics, I should say. But you'd have some extra spillover from converting these to bars, and then extra spillover to the daggers and stuff, versus just straight up getting one of each. And I need to go over here. You know what? Can I buy one? I can't even buy one. I seem to have spent a little bit too much. Let's see. We can get rid of that. I don't have enough in here, do I? I can sell all this melee gear. No, don't sell that. Sell all that because I can recreate that. Runes don't sell for anything. So my money's locked up in coal? Or tin. We could do coal. Let's do a little bit of coal. Sell some of that there. Unlock that. Yeah. Nope, not sell all. Oh, sell item. Yep, sell that. Lock that back down. Yeah, when you do the math in your head and you're like, well, I know people. From what I understand, that ETA mod's supposed to take everything you've got and tell you where you get when you're at. I try to just do windage in my head and say, well, it looks like I've got enough, and I try to calculate it up and just try to get what I think I'm going to do. That seems to work out fairly well. I just like thinking about it and thinking, well, I could just do this, and if somehow it feels like if I was to calculate everything up and have it all just like to the nth degree on everything, I feel like I would just spend too much time analyzing everything. Okay, we've got that. And that means we can get more of those Golbins, so I'll put that there and put that as the icon. Okay, and you know what? We can put this in mining because we can go mining for it now. And run that. Oh, but this doesn't count for essences. And it wastes them. So, no, I don't want to do that. All right, well, I think that is going to do it for this evening. Good stream. Made some progress. We are up to this dungeon. And I guess I'm going to have to get a video out tomorrow, see where I get with it. So, probably have something out tomorrow. And yeah, try to go for the undead graveyard tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. I might try to work on, for next steps, I might try and get all these skills at their max level before I continue on with anything. That way I'm ready to move on with the next stuff. You know what I mean? Just go on with that. So that might be what I do. Just thumbnail sketching out a plan for things. I'm going to go to bed and let mining go all night, and then I'm going to work up whatever. I'm going to runecraft up because I'm going to get to level 25. So, and this is how I typically level up runecrafting, because you don't need to craft all this other stuff or runecraft this other stuff. I mean, yeah, it's better XP, but you're going to use so many runes throughout all this. I just go bulk runecrafting, and then I know it's only like 10 XP, but for the most part, that's what I'll do to get through all this. So that's what I'm going to do, is let it run on mining overnight. And then tomorrow I'll get up and start doing whatever runes I can craft. We're going to get to level 25. So 25 gets us into Fire Acolyte, which is basically the same as this stuff, but we'll have some more runes to play with. We'll be able to do body runes, which means we'll be able to go into curses, because this needs curses or body runes for blinding to remove some accuracy. And well, that might be a bit ambitious. I was thinking I could do nature runes. Nature runes are like level 40, right? Nature runes are way down here. Am I missing it? No, surely it's way before this. Yeah, level 40. So we can't do alt magic until we get to level 40. Alt magic would be great for what we discussed earlier, which is the it comes in early. Where's it at? The Blessed Offerings. Well, that's level 56. So bank space for gems? Nah, not right now. I've got plenty of bank space, but adventure mode's good for theory crafting too. This is just much better at it. This is what adventure mode should have been. Adventure mode should have offered a lot of this, because there is a lot, and we've had some speed runs like this where you had to choose different things and pick your path. Because I think there was a speed run that was kind of like this, where you were capped at certain levels and you could only go up at certain times. I don't remember which one or how it works, but it didn't have anything like the relic system in it, so it was totally different. But yeah, I mean, this is great. I love this mode. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun to see how this shakes out. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. We'll do mining tonight. We'll do rune crafting tomorrow. I can get to level 25, and that gets me into some fire gear. Gets the fire staff, almost all this. None of this has damage reduction. I think the damage reduction starts at the adept gear, so that's level 35 and up. So we'll be able to do quite a bit. And then get magic is only level 15, which should still be able to equip all that. I think, yeah. I think this is all the same level. No, this goes up by 5. So air magic gear is level 1. This goes to level 5. And I think this goes to level 15, right? 9, level 9. It's a weird one. So fire magic gear is going to be a higher level. I think I can still equip that stuff. But the cool thing is it's all the same tier. So the air acolyte bottoms are still level 1. And the water gear, the feet, are still level 5. Even and the helmets or hats level 5. So this tier, the acolyte gear, is all level 5 magic. And the earth stuff, the acolytes, all level 9. Clicked on the right one. So, yeah, we'll figure something out. Oh, yeah. So, I forgot about that. I had a Path of Exile video coming out at 10 o'clock. The cool thing about YouTube is you can schedule stuff. So you can just pick a time and say, I want it to come out, and then let it come out. And it just pops out. I didn't think I'd be streaming this long. So it just popped my video out. Forgot about it. So there's a video. I love their scheduling system, because I can put something out and then say, well, I'll let it come out later, or wake up in the morning and it'll be ready to go. It's kind of nice. If I get a couple videos ready, I can have one today, one tomorrow, something like that. And that's probably how this will all work with everything coming up. No, I made that video like at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Or noon, somewhere in there. I made it way earlier today, and then worked up the thumbnail and pushed it out. I actually got all that set up before stream here, and then I started streaming, and now it's out. So it's funny how that works out. I usually push 10 o'clock at night since I'm going to bed, and then I just let it go, and I don't have to see it or whatever. So I usually use 10 o'clock at night, unless I'm trying to get it pushed out. If I'm I don't know. It's just something I do. I don't know that it matters, but it's sort of a schedule. So yeah. And I think that's going to do it for the stream. That's a good productive day. I think we've got a good plan going forward. Let this mine up all night. And I don't know, we'll have 10, 20,000. Ooh, we're getting right up on upgrading this into the basic wand. Cool. We'll have enough to make one of those. That way I can have, I don't know if the wand, well, the problem with the wand is you don't get the benefits of the staff. So the staff has reduced cost of air runes, which means I don't have to craft them. And if I do the wand, I have to craft the air runes. So probably don't want to do that. All right, well, that will take care of it. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave astrology off for tonight. I'm already at the max level I can get for it. I thought about it. I thought it would be a good idea to let it run all night because I could get these masteries built up. But I'm not working on attack right now, and I'm not going to level up the skill, so it wouldn't get to the next constellation. Although in theory it would build up Stardust. So I'm going to let it, for tonight, I'm going to do mining and then rune crafting tomorrow because we're going to get into dungeons with magic. And I'm going to work on magic tomorrow, which I'm going to need runes for. So I'm going to work on this. If I was getting into something with astrology that got into that, I would probably try it, but not going to. So anyway, that is going to do it for today. We will catch you all on the next one. I don't know when the next stream will be, but there will be more streams for this mode for sure, because there's going to be a lot of dungeons to do. I just don't know when they'll do it. And then there will be update videos in between the streams to catch up on everything. So that will do it for this one. We will catch you, everyone. We'll catch you on the next one. Whatever. I'm reading, comment, and trying to talk at the same time. That will do it. We'll catch you on the next one. Take care.